Ba-da-ba-ba. Steady, are you ready? What's going on? Tell me what's going on. Cold, fresh air. Feel the melody that's in the air. Bound to take a look around. What's going down? However do you want it? However do you need it? However do you want it? However do you need it? However do you want it? Oh, I kind of like the white. However do you need it? How? However do you want it? However do you need it? How? I'll be there. Wrong with him. Tell him to stop playing with the bull. Tell him to stop playing with the bull. Hell yeah, tell him to stop playing with the bull. Tell him to stop playing with the bull. Tell him to stop playing with the bull. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold. Let's see what we got. Italian, I'll be there. However do you want it? However do you need it? Hold on. However do you want it? Oh, what you got? What you got? Mm-hmm. 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 Mm. I like this picture. Yeah. Yo, the court on, y'all.
Court 40 cameras now in session. Honorable Judge Page Reese Whitaker presiding. Court come to order. You know.
Yeah.
All right. It is my understanding that the state and Mr. Williams were very close to a negotiated agreement. But all right. It is my understanding that the state and Mr. Williams were very close to a negotiated agreement, but have reached an impasse, and that it is Mr. Williams' desire to enter a non-negotiated plea. Is that correct? Am I misinformed? All right.
Whoa. Yo. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. Yo, what is this?
All right, we can recess.
What? Yo! Yo! Why they do? Yo, this is a movie. This is a movie. This is a movie. This is a movie. Bring out the cameras. This is a movie. You are a star. Yeah, baby. It ain't no other explanation. Oh, my God. He said no. Bro, but this whole style is crazy. What is this? Bro. This, man. Reading Rainbow. And na-na-na, and na-na-na-na. And Reading Rainbow. Golly, man. They crazy, man. They playing games with us, man. Golly. What is this? I don't know what to think. Them lawyers probably capping like a John. Tap the like button, baby. We in here rocking and rolling. I tried transition y'all over smooth. That was cool. They think they slick. You know what I mean? They thought I wasn't privy. Nah. Run what back? Nah, I don't even want to see that again. I don't even want to see that again. What was that? I'm gonna act like that didn't happen. What happened? What? Non-negotiated. Did he say no? I don't know what happened. All right, man. Man.
Court 40 County is now in session. Honorable Judge Page Reese Whitaker presiding. Court come to order.
All right, it is my understanding that the state and Mr. Williams were very close to a negotiated agreement, but have reached an impasse, and that it is Mr. Williams' desire to enter a non-negotiated plea. Is that correct?
Yak tried to smoke my boots today with a pink suit with a pink tie. I ain't gonna lie, I gotta give him. He got that. He got that. He got that.
Am I misinformed?
Phone, please.
All right.
So we supposed to believe this boy thinking about whether or not he taking a plea deal right now. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
All right, we can recess.
And then this? Not, bro. Yeah, it look like it's for show. Real rap, y'all. Let's be honest. Something ain't right about that. Like, bro. They forcing him to not take this deal. So it can go forward. But what's the coincidence that it goes forward with the most popular people, y'all? Out of all 28 people, these the three most popular? Let the beat build. Oh, man, really? Oh, man. Yeah, Leonard. I'm with you. They waited a whole day for this. Like, how we got indecisiveness? Is that a word? Man, I don't like this. They playing with our emotion, ain't they? Feel like, why are they doing this? What's a new batch of aliens landing in Atlanta? They trying to keep us distracted while they build a fort? That's what this shit been about? That's a group of aliens building a fort, a big ass like base in the goddamn woods, and they've been like keeping us distracted with this thug trial, and like by the time it's over, the aliens gonna already have their base built or some shit. Like what the hell? I feel like it's some behind the scenes type of, you feel me? Like what is going on? This is cap. Something ain't right. Feel like it's some bigger entities at play here. Straight up, cuz. uh, keep it from voting. Nah, this is a trick to go vote, I think. I ain't gonna lie, I think this would make more people go vote. The trial, because it's got you active in news more than if you was just minding your business. So inside of being in these chats, it kind of, and the trial directly connected to Trump. And then the Fannie Willis and the merchant connection. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I think this trial caused more people to vote. That's my opinion, y'all. That's just what I'm feeling like. Can he appeal the plea? I don't know about that part. It's cool. Yeah, that's a pink blazer. He smoked their boots. Yup. He got me beat. Yeah. I thought I was slick. This checkerboard bow tie ain't gonna work. Not against that pink suit with that pink tie. It's cool though. He got that. Hell yeah. He got that. Yeah, the tie match. He got that. He got that. Yeah, you could call it with pink champagne. You feel me? Rose. You could, you know. He did that. He got that. Once you take a plea and admit guilt, well, some of these dudes is taking the plea and denying guilt. Y'all ain't peeped that? Each lawyer has got up here and basically said, man, we really ain't going for most of what they insinuating. I ain't gonna lie. All of them said that. We pleading to this. And they kind of ducked all incriminating charges that previous dudes was having to basically sign off on. So it looked like Silver Fox might have got Holmes off without that signing that plea thing, like homie with the pony was bragging about. Y'all peep that? So we might want to check that out. Whether Quay had to sign that checkoff box list. Today is not a good day for Holmes to look like a wussy in pink, for real? What? When you go in the court for a plea deal, you don't think you should wear pink? I I'm not against the pink. I think the pink did good with the jury. Well, with somebody, being judgmental. Oh, yeah, they still playing. I seen that. Y'all. If your audio messing up, just restart it. I seen it. They mad. I seen it just drop. Tap the like button, y'all. Run me up. Help me get to 100 likes before 20 minutes. Yeah, run me up. We waiting on Thug to come back with a decision. I'm going to keep it real. That last play was crazy. That little piece of him talking just now, well, barely saying anything, but the judge questioning. And then look, yeah, it's somebody family in there. They say nut family in there, y'all. You think it's over with for the day? What y'all? Ain't no way they do it like that, y'all. What they trying to make me stop watching it? So now what they saying on Twitter? You know how this work. You ain't gotta say who. What they saying though, man. Golly, this is crazy. Yeah, yo, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I don't know what to think. It like we can't even take it serious at this point. Twitter saying Thug thinking about the plea he wants to take. What? Yo, they got us, y'all. They got y'all. See what they doing? They scrambling us. They got us. They officially got us, y'all. They got us, y'all. We just, yo, they got us, y'all. We at their mercy. Like, look where we at right now. We in Never Land. Yeah, like this is crazy. Like I can't believe this. This is unheard of, y'all, and they is flexing with it. Hold on. Let me get myself together. Bro, so you mean to tell me they just did this so we could be not paying attention to the political news being promoted, so we would be blinded and more willing to go Trump? That's what this was all about? Hence, Fannie connected herself to Trump, which mysteriously promotes him versus makes people dislike him. But it also gives her validity because now she's an alleged opposer of Trump. You see what I'm saying? Was this a play? I mean, we a couple days away from voting, and with 3 people out of 6 taking a plea deal out of nowhere, I mean, and you not being able to explain why for real, based off of a mistrial that threw a monkey wrench in a 150-day goddamn trial that's been stretched out this far. This is just goddamn ludicrous at this point. Yeah, somebody needs to start throwing some goddamn bows. Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. Stop playing. Run me up. Oh, salute for the 100 before 20 minutes, too. So every time it glitched, it stopped the view count from going up, and then it started dipping down. That's them doing that? Hey, real. That's to stop the multiplier. Hmm. Plea deals are not for traveling, man. Oh, man. Tap likes. Salute to everybody in here. We waiting to see what's going to happen with Young Thug. I don't know what to call that. I don't know what to call what just happened, y'all. I'm going to keep it real. After waiting all day, I do not know what to say about what just happened. Yo, it's confusing. They were supposed to make this decision before the camera came on like they did everybody else. But they wait till it's Thug making the decision and leave us on a cliffhanger like this. And then he get up there and play dumb. Like he don't know how he feeling. Like, nah, something ain't right, y'all. That's Cap. I ain't going for it, y'all. I'm calling Cap. Real rap. Something ain't right, y'all. That little thing, I'ma just chill though. Salute to everybody in here. I'm just calling fish sticks. I'm gonna just stand. I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna just leave a nice little box of Gordon's. The yellow box of Gordon, the Gordon fish sticks. Yeah, I'm gonna just leave a box right here, just so we know. Remember something? I don't know what the hell. Now I ain't a court watching professional, so I don't know. But like, something ain't right, bro. Mm-mm. That camera thing just was. He needed time. Man, yo, we waited a whole goddamn 8 hours. Yo, 8 to 4? That's the whole shift. They had to get us stumped. We was able to know everything that was ready happened with the trial. Now they come to this point, they want to throw us all the way. Like, who came up? Who wrote this? Yeah, I'm with Slime Cat. They torturing us at this point. Hell yeah, Slime Cat. Take all the time he need. I would if it wasn't this context, bro. We not rushing them. If that's the case, we going with why you even turn the camera on. We ain't rushing them. We've been chilling all this time. Don't pump fake us with the turning the camera on. Get our juices flowing. That's like you getting naked. How you gonna get naked then you don't want me to yay? Come on, man. What the hell? They gonna turn the cameras on, get naked in front of us. We think we ready to party. Whole time they ready to get redressed. You heard? Like, ho. Nah. They got naked, guys. That ain't fair. I think you could beat this in court. Is you liable to get the ass if somebody, yeah, I think this is a legit one. This ain't like an outfit, yo, she was walking around scantily clad. Nah, hey, Your Honor, she got naked. Your Honor gonna be like, man, is this true? You were totally buff. You were in your birthday suit. Ma'am, could you please spin around? I see. Case dismissed. Get her out of here. She cheating. You can't do that. MB, I seen you in some high chat too. You was using our talking points. It was so bad I remembered. hey, yo, who who remember when I caught MB in some high chat stealing our talking points over there? I ain't gonna lie, you was getting busy a little bit. It was a good talking point though. It was a good one. It was cool. I was wondering why you wasn't with us, but I was like, it's cool. At least he talking like how we be talking. Mm-hmm. It's cool. I ain't gonna say he was stealing. He ain't, nah, let me not say he was stealing, y'all. He was using a talking point that's we use, and I ain't gonna say it's mine. I'm gonna say it's our talking point. I forget exactly which one it was, but it was definitely one of the ones we be using because it stood out when I read it, and then it made me like look at his name, like, oh, yeah, he ain't. It wasn't he ain't necessarily. It wasn't like he was stealing, y'all. Because that's actually what I be asking people. Yo, do you say some of the stuff I be saying? He didn't. Nah, he didn't put the commercial on it. He ain't say, "Yo, I was in EBAN Films and I seen." He ain't do that. But technically, I don't ask for that. I know y'all. Anybody that naturally be in here don't do that in other chats because it's a little. You don't have to. That's kind of cheesy for you to be. That's a commercial, clearly. Now, if some, if you doing it intentionally, you got a little bit of room. Like, say you're a newcomer to somebody's chat. You came through a shout out real quick. Yo, I'll be over in this chat and this woo woo woo. Once you do it multiple times, like you keep trying to specifically send somebody, it's obvious to see who running the commercial versus who sending a shout out to their one of their favorite streamers. That's all. Yeah, it's two different lines. You can see when somebody coming in and letting you know, nah, I'll be over. You feel me? But, you know, these people blatantly be running commercials. Real rap. Ain't nobody in there confessing to the murder. Why? The real shout out though, it's timed right. Like you could tell when people run a commercial, they won't have a regular conversation, y'all. It's meant to run a commercial and they ready to get out the way. Straight up, like a lot of people. Or they gonna stick around and run it multiple times. So what they'll do is they'll act normal, and over time they'll wind up, implanting it in between them being regular. So they'll play the 50, agree with you a little bit, talk regular. Then when they get a chance, they'll insert it. So if you notice, this guerrilla marketing, then you got the smoother ones that sit around longer. They might even become members. Uh-oh. Golly.
All right. Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, Mr. Williams, where are we? Ready to go forward? All right. Y'all coming up here to the podium.
They was right, y'all. Thug taking his plea.
All right, Sergeant, can you swear
Game
Mr.
over.
Williams?
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Game over.
Pronounce your name first and last. And you might spell first and last. Jeffery Williams.
Jeffery Williams, Jeffery Williams.
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon.
Are you the same Jeffery Williams indicted in case number? Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
actually, have we all signed the indictment, or are we going to do that afterwards? Because I don't have a copy of it.
I don't know the answer to that.
I don't believe that we have.
We have not signed the indictment.
Okay. Probably be a good idea to do that.
Does anyone have a copy? Because you don't? Okay.
Where's the one we were using yesterday? We'll do that in just a minute. You can go ahead with the colloquy.
And Your Honor, we don't have the waiver form as well. I believe that the court has
Bro.
one.
It's a play.
I've got blanks. Y'all filled one out, right?
We have.
Okay.
Mr. Williams, are you the same Jeffery Williams indicted in case number 22SC183572?
Yes.
Okay. And are you also known as Young Thug?
Yes.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication?
No.
Is there any medication that you normally take that you have not been given today?
No.
How old are you?
33.
And how far have you gone in school?
9th.
Say that one more time.
9th.
Okay. Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
All right. Do you understand that you are charged with the following offenses? Conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, participation in criminal street gang activity, the leadership charge, participation
Whoa.
in criminal street gang activity, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, 3 counts, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony,
Bro.
and possession of a machine gun.
No.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. And do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges, and that if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you will continue to receive a jury trial?
Yes.
All right. And have you received this waiver of rights form that I hold in my hand from your attorney and reviewed it with your attorney?
Yes.
All right. And is this your signature on the bottom of this form?
Yes.
I don't like it.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorneys, Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, about all of the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charges in indictment 22 SC 183-572, including any potential defenses?
Yes.
Do you need additional time to discuss this case with your attorneys?
No.
Are you satisfied with their services?
Yes.
Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams,
On Halloween? Oh my God. Ayo didn't take off? Never mind.
do you, on behalf of Mr. Williams, waive a formal reading of this indictment?
Yes, Your Honor. We do.
And do you, Mr. Williams, waive any and all defects in this indictment, including any with respect to your name?
Yes.
Have you been arrested on these charges?
Yes.
The state is unaware of any outstanding warrants related to these charges. Do you or your attorneys know of any outstanding warrants related to these charges?
Any what?
Outstanding warrants related to any of the charges in the indictment?
No,
No.
I don't believe so either, Your Honor.
Okay. And I'm unaware of any as well, Your Honor.
I am as well.
Thank you. Have your attorneys advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for each of the crimes that you are charged with?
Yes.
And each of the charges that you are pleading guilty to?
Yes.
Your Honor, with respect to the charges that Mr. Williams faces, count 1 carries a minimum charge of 5 years and a maximum charge of 20 years in prison or up to a $25,000 fine or both.
Isn't it a $15,000 fine because wasn't it the version of the statute in effect at the time, or was that the same for RICO? Was RICO 25?
Yes,
back?
RICO was
Okay.
25.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Count 56 carries a minimum sentence of 5 years in prison, a maximum of 20 years in prison, consecutive to any other sentence, with a fine of $10,000 to $15,000 or both.
Okay.
Count 57 carries a minimum sentence of 5 years in prison and a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. Count 58 carries a minimum sentence of 1 and a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. Count 59 carries a sentence range of 5 to 30 years in prison. Count 60 carries a sentence
Hang on, slow down just a second. All right, and that's for the amount of that drug that was found on 59, 5 to 30?
That's as a result of the charge itself, I believe, with intent to distribute.
I think that 59, Your Honor, is simple possession of cocaine. I have to look at the indictment to be sure.
I think that's 60.
Okay.
Let me look.
Okay.
And Your Honor,
59 is codeine, and
Yes.
60 is cocaine.
Yes.
So,
Your Honor, it is with the intent to distribute, so my reading of the statute is that it carries the range of 5 to 30.
okay.
And Your Honor, also, as I have the indictment in my hand for Ms. Rosser, may I pass it to counsel for Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'll permit time
Go
for
ahead.
them to. Okay. Count 60 carries a range of 1 to 5 years in prison. Count 61 carries a mandatory 5 years consecutive to the underlying felony. Count 62 carries a sentence of 10 years consecutive, for a total maximum exposure of 120 years in prison. Were you aware of that, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Do you understand that neither the court nor the district attorney's office has anything to do with parole or the Department of Corrections or the Board of Pardons and Paroles, and that if you are sentenced to confinement in the Georgia Department of Corrections, no one can guarantee parole?
You can say yes.
Well,
She asked you, do you say that?
Oh,
you can
yes,
guarantee
ma'am.
Parole.
Your Honor, may I allow Mr. Williams time to finish signing the indictment?
Okay.
Your Honor, with permission, may I approach with a member of Mr. Williams' team?
You may.
Thank you.
I feel like we went to go cop and we got burnt.
Mr. Williams, do you understand that this is a non-negotiated plea of guilty, and that since your guilty plea is a blind plea or a non-negotiated plea, the state is making a recommendation of sentencing to the court, notwithstanding the fact that this is a blind plea? You understand that, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, were you aware of the state's previous offer that was turned down prior to your making this non-negotiated plea?
Was.
All right. And Your Honor, at this time, the state is making a recommendation of 45 years with 25 to serve in custody, followed by 20 on probation, subject to the special requirements of 1615-4, the gang statute.
Yo!
All right, and do you want to break down for me what your recommended sentence on each count is?
Yo, it's
Yes,
going to be
Your
a
Honor.
riot.
The state is recommending on count 1, 5 years to serve. Count 56, 20 years to serve consecutively to
Whoa.
count 1. Count 57, 5 years of probation to serve consecutively to count 56. Count 58, 10 years of probation to serve concurrently with count 57. Count 59, 5 years of probation to serve concurrently with count 57 and 58. Count 60, 5 years of probation concurrent with count 57, 58, and 59. Count 61, 5 years of probation consecutive to count 57. And count 62, 10 years of probation consecutive to count 61.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Williams, did you discuss the state's previous offer with your attorneys?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, and so we're all clear that we're talking about the same thing. Can you put what the state's previous offer was on the record for me, please?
I can, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The state's previous offer was a total of 43 years with 20 years, 5 years to serve on count 56, commuted to time served, followed by 15 years on probation. On count 58, the sentence was 10 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to count 56. Count 59 was 3 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 56 and 58. Count 60 was 5 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 56, 58, and 59. Count 61 was 5 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 56, 58, 59, and 60.
Was that the entirety of what the sentence was?
No, Your Honor, I'm
I mean, I know
still
there were
reading.
special conditions, so y'all were
There
going
are.
to null pros,
We,
what,
yeah,
1
yeah.
and 62?
Yes, as part
Okay.
of the recommended sentence, in exchange for the defendant agreeing to the special conditions that we asked the court to impose, the state was willing to null pros count 1, count 57, and count 62.
Okay, and then all of that consecutive to the probation, that was going to be what we call backloaded, and what were y'all proposing with regard to that, since it was going to follow the probated sentence?
The total sentence was 43 years to serve, with the first 5 years in prison commuted to time served, followed by 15 years on probation, followed by 23 years in prison, which would have been served in confinement, except that if defendant had complied with the special conditions of probation imposed as part of this sentence, the backloaded portion of defendant's sentence would have been commuted. However, should defendant had violated any special condition of probation within the first 15 years of his sentence, his probated sentence would have immediately been revoked, and he would have been required to serve the entire remainder of his sentence confined to the Georgia Department of Corrections.
All right, so as long as he had successfully completed his 15 years of probation, the 23 years that was going to follow it was going to be commuted to time served, as long as his probation was successful. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And the special, would the court like for us to?
No, I was really more interested in the length of sentence and what y'all had. I know you didn't reach agreement, but y'all, that's what the last offer had been, with, of course, a bunch of special conditions, which I guess is where the hang-up was. I don't know.
Right. Defendant did not want to agree to the special conditions.
All right. Is that basically your understanding too, Mr.
Yes, Your
Steele
Honor.
and
It would
Mr.
have been,
Adams?
yes, Your Honor. Mr. Williams would have been released today for 15 years on probation. If he successfully completes that probation, then he would not have to go to custody. If he did not, he'd face probation revocation, as well as 23 years, as the court said, backloaded in the Georgia prison system. But we could not come to terms on all the conditions that the district attorney was insisting upon.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Okay.
Why they playing with us, y'all? Why they playing with us, y'all? Who see the play, y'all? They hit us with the 22 dive. Yo, what they doing? Nah, y'all. Nah. Lift your spirits. Nah, I see a play. I see a back door coming. I see a back door.
And Mr. Williams, were you aware of that previous offer as well as all of the requirements that that offer would have entailed?
Yes.
Okay. And had you had enough time to discuss that particular offer with your attorneys?
Yes.
All right.
The previous one?
The previous offer.
Yes.
Do you understand that the court can impose any sentence authorized by law, including a higher sentence than that recommended by the state, up to the maximum sentence on each charge in this indictment? Do you understand that, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you enter into a non-negotiated plea, you do not have a right to withdraw your plea once the sentence has been announced?
Yes.
Do you understand that this is a guilty plea which is permanently recorded on your criminal history?
Yes.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including in the federal courts?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are currently on probation or parole, your probation or parole may be revoked based on your entering a guilty plea today?
I'm not on probation.
Okay, so you're not on
if
probation.
you were on probation,
Yes.
but if you're not, then it doesn't matter.
Okay. Do you understand that if you are placed on probation of any kind by this court, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit or any special conditions of probations without being subject to revocation for the balance of the sentence the court imposes?
Yes, I know.
Do you understand that you are not allowed to possess or use a firearm while on probation?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, a guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would, and that this is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else?
Yes.
Do you understand that neither the court, your attorney, nor the district attorney's office has anything to do with parole, and the Department of Corrections or Board of Pardons and Paroles, and that no one can guarantee parole no matter what anyone has told you?
Yes.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial? For example, your guilty plea may affect the right to vote, the right to hold public office, the right to serve on a jury, the right to obtain a passport, the right to receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment. Do you understand that, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or if you use a firearm in a crime, you will be guilty of a felony, which may carry a sentence of up to 1 to 15 years in prison?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you went to trial, you would have the right to that if you continued at trial, rather, you would continue to have the right to a trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to testify or to remain silent and not incriminate yourself? Do you understand all of those things?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the following rights? The right to a trial by jury. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself.
Yes.
The right to confront witnesses against you.
Yes.
The right to continued assistance of counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at the continued trial of your case.
Yes.
The right to the presumption of innocence.
Yes.
The right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence.
Yes.
The right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence.
Yes.
The right to have the charges against you proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes.
The right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial. Do you understand?
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
No.
Is it your decision to waive these rights and enter a guilty plea because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Well, Your Honor, may I interject?
You may.
Your Honor, on count 1, which is the racketeering conspiracy count, Mr. Williams is tendering a plea under nolo contendere. As to count 56, which is participation in a criminal street gang activity as being a leader or a supervisor or organizer, Mr. Williams is also tendering a plea to this honorable court as under nolo contendere. The balance of the counts, so he is tendering a guilty plea.
Nolo contendere.
Your
Somebody type the definition in the chat.
Would the court like to hear from the state or not?
About the NOLO.
A nolo contendere plea, also known as a no contest plea, is a legal plea in which a defendant accepts punishment for a crime without admitting guilt, similar to an Alford plea. I don't know why they have different names, but it sounds similar.
Issues?
Yes. Yes.
Sure.
Your Honor, the state asked that the court not accept a nolo plea and require either a guilty plea
You a hater.
or a not guilty plea as to these charges.
All right. I'm going to permit a nolo plea as to counts 1 and 56.
Got him.
Mr. Williams,
She allowed it. She permitted it, right?
as to count 57, participation in criminal street gang activity, how do you plead?
I plead guilty.
As to count 58, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, how do you plead?
Guilty.
As to count 59, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, how do you plead?
Guilty.
As to count 60, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, how do you plead?
Guilty.
As to count 61, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, how do you plead?
Guilty.
And as to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, how do you plead?
No law.
As to count 56,
Nolo.
participation in criminal street
Nolo. Nolo. Nolo.
gang activity under the leadership charge, how do you plead?
No law.
I think you didn't ask about count 62.
As to count, thank you, Your Honor. As to count 62, possession of a machine gun, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Oh.
Are you pleading guilty to the offenses you have indicated because you are in fact guilty of these charges?
Yes.
All right. Are your guilty pleas and your nolo pleas freely and voluntarily given with the full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that you may have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have only 4 years from today's date for a felony charge and 12 months from today's date you don't have a misdemeanor charge, but to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness and constitutionality of this guilty plea?
Yes.
Your Honor, also, do you...
You have 30 days from today to file a direct appeal from this guilty plea and until the end of this term of court to file a motion seeking to withdraw the guilty plea, which does not mean it would be granted, but that's the time period, okay?
What's a direct appeal?
This stenographer outfit is terrible.
Well, you can talk to your attorneys more about it, but it would be up to one of the, like the Court of Appeals, I think is where this one would go. Those are just the time periods.
And Your Honor, the state, in addition to the sentence we are asking that the court to impose,
Okay.
we would also be asking the court to require or to forfeit, have defendant forfeit all of the property that has been seized and that is currently being held that was found or recovered or taken from his home after it was searched on May 9th.
Do you have any kind of list of what that property is? I mean, I'm not familiar with what was seized.
And Your Honor, we're not
do,
agreeing.
and
Oh, I know. I mean, I assume y'all aren't agreeing to anything.
We're not
You
agreeing
would
to that.
present it as a negotiation.
Yo, they got $1 million worth of jewelry. A whole bunch of cars. They took a bank account. Now I don't know if they talk about all that, but still, it's chump change. It's chump change what they took, if they even including what they confiscated. So it's trash. They being petty. Even if it ain't hurting y'all. Seriously, y'all. Like, we talking about some tangible items. Like, and they gonna get sued about that jewelry because Thug ain't own it.
We're not. But we do have a list of the
All right.
property items.
Do you have it available right now?
Yes, actually, would the court permit us to send it electronically?
Sure,
Because
that's fine. And then if that is not imposed as a condition, is it just get litigated as like any forfeiture matter?
Yeah,
Yeah, it would be litigated later on. Yes.
Nah, y'all got the paperwork for what they got. It ain't a lot. In the context of things, it's not. They hit them jewelers. Them jewelers got hit hard. You feel me? But bro, the cars, the house not even on there. I don't think. It was a whole bunch of cars. It was a bank account with him and Duke, and then them drugs and all that other stuff that you wouldn't expect to get back, from what I understand.
Civil separate filing
Okay.
in this court. It's not related to a criminal
All right.
case. It's related case, but it's unrelated.
Understood.
And we are sending that to Your Honor.
Thank you.
At this time. And as it relates to the conditions of a conviction under 1615-4, Your Honor, we would ask, or as part of the sentence, defendant would be required to adhere to the requirements, the sentencing requirements of the gang statute, which at least in part require that he not associate with any gang member
That 400 acres of land is in somebody else's name, y'all.
whatsoever. And I can read the rest of that into the record if the court requires, or I can continue with the factual basis.
All right. And let me ask you, because I know that at least while y'all were negotiating, one of the things that I guess was being negotiated was some exception for, I think, somebody that is contractually obligated on his record label. Is that something that the state would still be in agreement to?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
All right. Your Honor, as part of the requirements of 1615-4,
Yes.
defendant would, one moment, Your Honor. Under 1615-4, in addition to any other penalty provided by the code section, all sentences imposed under the code section shall require as a special condition of the sentence that the person sentenced shall not knowingly
Hold on
have...
just a tad, because there's a court reporter taking it down. When we start reading, we read really fast. So go ahead.
This code section shall require as a special condition of the sentence that the person sentenced shall not knowingly have contact of any kind or character with any other member or associate of a criminal street gang, shall not participate in any criminal gang activity, and in cases involving a victim, shall not knowingly have contact of any kind or character with any such victim or any member of any such victim's family or household. So that is, and we've listed in our indictment the victims of the crimes, the overt acts that have been committed, and under the basic conspiracy law, those are the victims that we are naming. Your Honor, as this case has been tried and would continue to be tried until the state completed its case in chief, the evidence has shown that the defendant, throughout the time between 2013 to 2022, conspired with both indicted and unindicted co-conspirators to participate in the enterprise known as Young Slime Life, or YSL, through a pattern of racketeering activity. Throughout that time, multiple conspirators, both indicted and unindicted, and including the defendant, have committed overt acts intended to further the enterprise itself. With regard to the defendant, as far back, the evidence has shown, as 2013, the defendant, along with other YSL founding members, Walter Murphy, for one, committed an aggravated assault and armed robbery against Derek Dotson. The court
That's the flying car. That's Cap.
has heard evidence of that presented through Adrian Bean, who was a co-conspirator.
He was
that
in Fulton
particular
County.
act. The armed robbery of an Archillian Bennett back in 2013. As alleged in the indictment, defendant and unindicted and indicted co-conspirators committed acts to further YSL that included drug sales, aggravated assault, and murder. They used and furthered, rather, this conspiracy by using social media posts and music to assert the violent nature of and the dominance of Young Slime Life, which is also known as YSL. The defendant is charged with
Bots is asleep right now.
being a leader of the gang YSL, and evidence has been presented by accomplices and co-founders of YSL, Trontavia Stevens and Walter Murphy, and evidence would have been presented, in the words of the defendant himself, that the defendant, as shown by some of his own social media postings, was the founder, one of the founders of YSL, along with Mr. Stevens and Mr. Murphy.
Thug look like he about to cry and he praying right now. I ain't joking.
YSL formed, according to the evidence that has come out in this trial, in 2012, 2013, under the former version of the name of the gang called Rock Crew, or Raised on Cleveland. The court has heard evidence of the 2014 and 2015 incidents that have involved conflicts between YSL members and IF gang members, that included someone shooting the window of Mr. Williams' car and armed individuals rushing outside during shootings at Club Crucial to ensure Mr. Williams' safety, shootings at a place called the Dugout where armed individuals rushed to ensure Mr. Williams' safety, shootings at Mr. Kelvin Watts committed by members of YSL, communication with members of YSL after those incidents, and ultimately the murder of Donovan Thomas at the hands of members of YSL. The evidence has shown and will show that on January 10th of 2015, members of YSL drove a car rented by the defendant, a gray Infiniti, and drove past Mr. Thomas as he stood outside of a barbershop congregating with friends, and unloaded an array of bullets on Mr. Thomas, hitting him, his Chevrolet Tahoe, and two other persons in the process. Mr. Thomas died from those bullets. Phone records show that communication was held between Mr. Williams, Mr. Kelvin Treadwell, Mr. Demise McMullen, corroborating accomplice testimony that has been presented in this courtroom regarding what happened, who committed the murder, and what happened to the guns and the vehicles that were used in the murder. After the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., the members of YSL responsible for the murder and members of YSL who were not responsible for the murder congregated at Mr. Williams' condominium called the Sky House, and they all made plans and later either drove or flew down to Miami. Prior factual acknowledgments by members of YSL include that Mr. Williams gave each of the persons who accompanied him to Miami money to lay low as they left the city following the murder of Mr. Thomas. The evidence has shown the ensuing conflict that occurred after Mr. Thomas was killed. It has shown shootings at Mr. Rashawn Bennett's home, shootings at Mr. Darren Mills' mother's home, and I said Mr. Rashawn Bennett's mother's home. Shootings unrelated to the conflict with members of IF gang, of a Lil Wayne tour bus. That shooting followed the confronting by Atlanta Police Department of members of YSL that drove to the compound where Lil Wayne was making an appearance, and who drove there with the intent to disrupt and cause harm and to shoot up Lil Wayne's tour bus. Lil Wayne was another artist with whom Mr. Williams was having conflict, according to the testimony that had been presented. Mr. Williams had come out at that time with a mixtape that carried the name of an album that Mr. Carter was set to release and was not able to because his label would not allow that to happen. That caused a contractual or the threat of a lawsuit. It caused Mr. Williams angst. He posted about it. He said derogatory things about the persons who were threatening him with the lawsuit. And as a result, he had to rename his mixtape to something different than what he initially intended. The person who ultimately was convicted of shooting that tour bus up, Jimmy Winfrey, is a person that I believe that recordings have come in regarding jail phone calls, rather, from Mr. Winfrey and members of YSL regarding communication about getting a lawyer. Following the shootings that occurred in 2015, music, social media postings, and other acts, overt acts were committed by Mr. Williams and other members of YSL, taunting members of groups that they considered opposition to YSL, posting of threats of violence by members of YSL against those people. Specifically, the music, Your Honor, contained lyrics such as the following: I rep my life for real, for slimes, you know I kill. I shoot at your mammy, need to stand down. I up my stamina, take it to trial, get an appeal, take it to trial. Pay for that casket, that's just if we whack 'em. YSL slimy and shady, watch me whack that bitch, pop 'em like a cyst. Glock with the assist.
Early birds and all-nighters.
It also consisted of a song wherein Mr. Williams sang or rapped the lyrics, hey, this is that slime shit, that YSL shit, killing 12 shit, fuck a jail shit. I'm in the VIP, I got the pistol on my hip, fuck the police. You praying that you live, I'm praying that I hit, this that slime shit. 100 rounds in a Tahoe, I'm prepared to take them down. Got banana clips for all these ends acting monkey. This is that slime shit. This is that mob shit. Fuck the judge, YSL. This that mob life.
Shit.
Defendant Williams released a video on YouTube of a song wherein he states, I shot at his mommy. Now he no longer mentions me. Act like you want war and they gonna smoke you like a blunt. Another song, I escaped every one of the licks because I was supposed to be rich. I don't care nothing about a cop. I'm just telling you how it is. I done did the robbing. I done did the jacking. Now I'm full rapping. Gave the lawyer close to $2 million. He handles all the killing. We don't speak about shit on wax. It's all my business. We know to kill the biggest cats of all kittens.
Cito. Salute. I don't like it. Leave a comment.
In another song, I was on Cleveland, stuck like a magnet. bitch ass N-word,
Bro,
pay for that casket, that's just if we whack 'em. In yet another song, Defendant Williams raps, red just like Elmo, but I never fucking giggle, YSL won't fold, pick his ass off from the balcony, wipe an end's nose. I'm gonna F for the cash, then she getting robbed by Tick, a reference to Trontavia Stevens. All I ever wanted.
so they built up Atlanta off of the music scene and entertainment. Now they kicking out the poor people that helped them build it. Dag.
Was the money, put your hands in the air if you dare. F and N, put him in a wheelchair. And even later on, Mr. Williams, and I believe that this was in 2019, made a post to YFN Lucci or Rayshawn Bennett. If I ain't like what you do for your mother and kids, I would have been killed you. And in yet another song entitled Anybody, Defendant Williams stated, I never killed anybody, but I got something to do with that body. I got the streets on my back, carry it like I'm moving a body. I told them to shoot 100 rounds like he trying to movie the body. Ready for war like I'm Russia. I get all types of cash. I'm a general. As Mr. Williams' prominence in the music industry rose, his ascension within or in leadership in the gang YSL became more apparent as he rapped and talked about the crimes that YSL co-conspirators and members committed and how he got away with robberies. With respect to the Donovan Thomas murder, the court has heard evidence through phone records that within 6 minutes of the shooting of Donovan Thomas Jr., a phone call was made from Demise McMullen's cell phone to Defendant Williams' phone. And then immediately after that call, Mr. Williams calls his sister Dora Greer and then calls Kelvin Treadwell. There is then a series of calls between Dora Greer and Treadwell, and then Treadwell calls Demise McMullen or Nard. All of those calls happen within 15 minutes of the 911 call. And as I have stated before, the court has heard accomplice prior inconsistent statements about who committed the murder itself and what happened afterwards. The conflict between YSL and members of If Gang continued into 2019, wherein Mr. Williams raps the lyrics that I referred to earlier. In May 2019, a YSL member shot multiple times at a vehicle owned by Rayshawn Bennett, a black and red Mercedes G-Wagon. At the time was being driven by a Milton Howard Jr. It was after that incident, later in August 2019, that Defendant Williams posted on his page the language YFN, if I ain't like what you do for your mother and kids, I would have been killed you. The post was then deleted from his account. Through text messages of a co-conspirator, Marquavius Huey, there was communication between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams, both in January and in September of 2020. On January 19th, 2020, Mr. Williams sent a flyer to Marquavius Huey with the performance location of Rayshawn Bennett, or YFN Lucci, And when he sent that, he sent it with the message, handle that tonight, SLAT, S-L-A-T-T. Mr. Huey responded, SLAT, S-L-A-T-T. On September 2nd, 2020, Mr. Huey sent a flyer to Mr. Williams with another performance location of YFN Lucci, and Mr. Williams responded, Slatty, that is S-L-A-T-T-Y, handle, and stay very low. Mr. Huey responded, slat, and for show, F-A-S-H-O, I've been out the way, and appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me. I'm built on loyalty. Mr. Williams responded, slat, handle that, I got you. Through text messages and on a separate occasion, Mr. Huey said and conveyed to Mr. Williams that he would sit down for any one of them, and I believe that to be a reference of going to jail. When Mr. Bennett was not killed in 2022, Jaden Myrick sought permission from Defendant Williams to stab Mr. Bennett while Mr. Bennett resided with Mr. Myrick at the jail. Mr. Myrick reached out to co-indictee Khalif Adams, who reached out to co-indictee Demikion Garlington to get permission from Mr. Williams. Demikion Garlington was also involved in the back and forth shootings back in 2015. On February 9th, 2022, Rashawn Bennett was stabbed by Jaden Myrick at the Fulton County Jail. And after that stabbing, Mr. Myrick reached out multiple times to Mr. Adams for some type of compensation for the stabbing. Mr. Adams reached out to Mr. Garlington about the payment for the completion. On February the 22nd, 2022, YSL co-conspirator and co-indictee Christian Eppinger called YSL co-conspirator Antonio Sumlin to get permission to finish what Mr. Myrick could not complete, that is the killing of Mr. Bennett. Mr. Eppinger asked for payment for a lawyer. However, these calls were intercepted and Mr. Bennett was relocated. In March 2022, information about the stabbing made the news, and shortly thereafter, a series of violent offenses occurred. On March 11, 2022, YSL associates Christian McMiller and Darius Ford were gunned down. Mr. McMiller is a childhood friend of Mr. Williams. Mr. Ford was also a friend of Mr. Williams. On March 12th, the day after, there was a shootout near the Cleveland Avenue area. A shooting by a YSL associate, Stephen Harris, in YFN territory occurred, and a YFN member was shot in the head. March 11th through March 14th, there were a number of social media posts going back and forth between members of YSL and YFN. One of them was a post by Shannon Stillwells. We ain't the only ones who ain't going to be crying, that's going to be crying. After a posting was made by Mr. Watts picturing him, Mr. Shamel Drinks, and Mr. Jasper Walters, on March 14th, 2022, after YSL members spotted Mr. Drinks at a gas station, Mr. Drinks was gunned down as he drove away from the gas station and waited at a red light. Later, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Nichols, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Farley were all charged with the murder. That is one of the acts that we are still and would anticipate the court seeing the evidence of during the course of this trial. After grand jury warrants were issued after this indictment for Mr. Williams and 27 other co-conspirators, following searches of phones, wiretaps and other information that led police to understand the role that Mr. Williams played in the YSL street gang and enterprise. Mr. Williams' home, he was arrested at his home and a search warrant was executed inside his home. While at his home, a sale amounts of illegal narcotics, including those that he is charged with in this indictment, was found. Also found was the machine gun with which the defendant has been charged in this indictment. The gun had a switch. The narcotics included marijuana, codeine, and cocaine. And inside the home were also other guns besides the guns with a switch. The items were seized, and again, Mr. Williams was subsequently arrested, along with other YSL members at Mr. Williams' home. Your Honor, that is the evidence that I believe has been shown throughout the course of this trial and that the state would continue to show. There are several messages between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams inside the cell phone, one of the cell phones that were recovered from Mr. Huey, besides the tells Mr. Williams he has a new number. Mr. Huey asks Mr. Williams, hey, my brother, I'm fucked up. You ain't got nobody I can pull up on and have something in my pocket. Mr. Williams responds, slat, let me call BEO. Mr. Huey responding, slat, I need you, my brother. Mr. Huey saying, asking whether or not a lawyer was going to go and talk to another YSL associate, asking Mr. Williams to send him some money to pay his lawyer off. Mr. Williams asking Mr. Huey, who had been accused of armed robbery, what did he want? Mr. Huey responded with a number. Mr. Williams responded, slat. After Mr. Williams stole a star ring from one of the victims in the indictment, he asked Mr. Williams, do you have a star ring? Mr. Williams said, yes. Mr. Huey said, slat, you can't cash at me $500 so I can make a payment to my lawyer. Mr. Williams responded, slat. Mr. Huey sent him his phone number. Mr. Williams assured him through his responses, slat, that he would take care of them. Throughout Mr. Huey's phone, you see messages of this nature between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams. The court, again, will hear that as this trial continues. The recommendation that the state previously made prior to us reaching this point was made with the hope that Mr. Williams would agree to certain special conditions of probation that we asked him to adhere to, and that he would take ownership and responsibility for being the leader of YSL. Given that those negotiations have broken down, we are asking that the court sentence Mr. Williams as we have asked earlier. And prior to the court imposing a sentence, we would ask that Ms. Shawana Edmonds, who is the mother of Mr. Thomas, be allowed an opportunity to make an impact statement. And that is all that we have, unless the court has questions.
Okay, well, given that Mr. Williams is not charged with the murder of Mr. Thomas, I don't think that that is applicable here.
I checked on that, Your Honor, with respect to count 1 As a co-conspirator, Mr. Williams is responsible for all of the acts of the other co-conspirators, the overt acts. The overt act of the murder of Donovan Thomas is one of those acts.
I know, and this trial is not complete, and so y'all have not yet proven that. Not to mention that you dismissed the murder charge against one of the co-defendants who already pled. So.
Got her. Got her.
Not for that case, Your Honor. That was a different. That was
No. But you still ain't proved that one.
All right,
Got her.
well, if there's a conviction on the RICO or murder count following the close of this trial, that would be the appropriate time for the victim impact statement to be made. All right, Mr. Steele or Mr. Adams, does the defense want to put anything on the record? Obviously, you need to make a recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Many of the statements made by the prosecutor we vehemently disagree with. The prosecutor misstated many pieces of evidence and then took liberty that that is the state's theory. Mr. Williams has tendered a nolo contendere plea to the RICO conspiracy count. And in that count, there are several overt acts. And the first one, Your Honor, deals with a traffic stop. It's on September 9th of 2013. And I won't go through every one because it might take a long time. But just for completeness for this, the court knows, Mr. Williams is driving a car. There is a dash cam video of the stop. The officer who testified at the trial 11 years later, the case was, a gun was found under the passenger seat. Mr. Williams is not tied to the gun. He's not convicted of that. And the dash cam video that the officer said would have picked up sound as well as definitely video was never turned over to us, supposedly lost. Could not explain the loss. The armed robbery in another overt act of Mr. Dodson, D-O-D-S-O-N, has the following information. The state only, because we haven't called witnesses yet. So the state put up a man who has
Adrian Bean,
who said nothing except, I don't recall. And then they put in his prior recorded jail calls. That man was taken, his name is Mr. Bean, B-E-A-N. He was taken to Grady Hospital, and he was spoken with by a detective. The state vehemently accused me of lying to the jury, that the man never went, Mr. Bean was never taken to Grady Hospital, and that somehow I planted on him to say something on a recording where he said, the reason I implicated Jeffery Williams is because the police told me that it would be easier for me. Then I had to go through the CAD reports and show that Mr. Bean was in fact taken to Grady Hospital, and Mr. Bean on recording told Detective Quinn, who of course told the truth, yes, when I spoke to the detective previously, I did lie. Then what the state doesn't tell the jury is that there's another man in the car. He is shot at the scene. He's arrested. He pled guilty. His name is Fred Prethrow, P-R-E-T-H-O. Okay. And Mr. Prethrow is in the Georgia State Prison System, easy to find. Mr. Prethrow was in Grady Hospital also, unfortunately suffering from a gunshot wound. And you can hear the medical equipment behind him. And Detective Williams came in and was recording the whole conversation and said how many people were in the car. And Mr. Prethrow names the people. Adrian Bean, who's the gentleman I just said, himself, and Walter Murphy. Are you sure there weren't a fourth person in the car? No, the three of us. The state doesn't call that person. The state does call Detective Williams. So I wanted to ask and inquire on that. The state, to obstruct, if that's obstruction, asked the predecessor court to prohibit me from getting into the fact of any conversation that would have impeached another witness. It's fine. Fred Prethrow's on my witness list as well as the detective, and I have the recordings. In addition to that, Walter Murphy gave a statement while in the hospital, and his statement is very interesting. It's two different police reports, signed the same date, which is September 11th of 2013, and on the first 7 lines of the police report, they're identical. Then all of a sudden, when it gets to on the right-hand police report, it says Mr. Murphy stated that there were 3 people, I believe, I have to go back, in the vehicle. On the other police report, it states Mr. Murphy stated there were 4 people. There's no reason that they should be different. They're both signed the same. The state doesn't call that officer.
I told y'all from the beginning they tried to line Thug up with the flying car. What'd I say?
At all. I tried to ask Mr. Murphy about it. The state objects, and the predecessor judge sustained the objection. Mr. Williams was not involved in the Mr. Dotson. Miss Bennett, that was Mother's Day, May 12, 2013. She reports allegedly an armed robbery. The detective who testified here and investigated stated he never took out arrest warrants for Mr. Williams. And he wrote in his police report, Miss Bennett is not truthful. That is the...
What'd I say? I said, yo, they threw him in right here. They tried to get... Yo, I said, yo, I don't know what they was doing. They was trying to get Holmes. What'd I say? I said, yo, nah. They brought in all that evidence, showed us all, and I said, yo, hold. That looked like Holmes told dudes to go to her house, and she got mad and reported, and technically they tried to sauce it up like it really was a robbery, but in reality, they went in there to get Holmes' belongings. Remember that situation? Remember that, y'all? When you look at what they went and got, they didn't rob her. They took his belongings out of her house. Straight up, look. They were still cool with Holmes. Remember they said they was in the club with Holmes that night. Her boyfriend. Remember? Peep game.
Case that the state is talking about. The state then, there was Brady evidence that they don't turn over, and we find out about it in court after they arrest Miss Bennett because they say she's not cooperating, and it comes out that she told the prosecution over and over again that this did not happen the way that she reported it, and she doesn't remember. As to Donovan Thomas, and Mr. Williams has nothing but empathy, sympathy, and sorrow. They were friends. It is a lie. What the prosecution has put before this jury is a lie. What happened here is the prosecution comes up with a theory because they need a motive, they think. I know you don't need a motive in reality to prove a murder case or any other case, but they wanted a motive. So they made it where Mr. Williams and a gentleman named Rich Homie Kwan, his name is Mr. Lamar, he's a performer, and Mr. Williams and Mr. Lamar were close. There are public documents, recordings, Mr. Lamar being interviewed almost every year, and then he talks about his time with this band or group called Rich Gang, and he says every year up to this past year, he, God forbid, died. We can't call him as a witness, how close he is to Mr. Williams. The state, though, made it in this case, or tried to make it, that Mr. Williams and Rich Homie Kwan are enemies because Rich Homie Kwan will not sign with a record label that has nothing to do with Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams doesn't sign to that record label. That record label is owned.
What'd I say? There was no reason. Thug didn't benefit. Remember people was trying to come up with the, yo, it's because Rich Homie Quan. I say, yo, nah. Fly got more incentive to get Nut out the way than Young Thug. Young Thug and Nut were separate on their music ventures. They look up according to what people done presented. There's no way for us to be like, yo, you in my way. Yo, I'm telling you, out of all that evidence, I'm sitting there like, hold on, bro. Them two can't be beefing about no music. And this, nobody's in nobody's way, bro. We talking about everybody winning. Seriously, y'all, I said this. I said, yo, nah, Fly is the one. I'm telling you, he the one that's sitting there like, yeah, man, Nut in his way, and Rich Homie Quan not wanting to go fall in suit is a problem. Both of these things.
By a gentleman named Brian Williams, also goes by Birdman, wildly successful. He started Drake's career. He started Mr. Dwayne Carter, performer known as Lil Wayne's career. He started Nicki Minaj's career, just fabulous, powerful person, well-respected in the industry. But the state wants it to be that Donovan Thomas interceded and would not let Rich Homie Quan sign to Mr. Brian Birdman Williams. And that is the reason that Jeffery Williams had a feud and killed Donovan Thomas.
That would put Birdman over Young Thug, and he should have been indicted. If Donovan Thomas' homie is the foundation of this RICO. So if he did it on the strength of the person that he was doing business with needed it done, then he's supposed to be involved. So if he's not, then what?
Honor, what the evidence would really show if we kept going to trial, and I can tell you that Mr. Adams and I never thought we'd be in front of this honorable court. We always thought it would go all the way through trial. Was the state is saying that Rich Homie and Jeffery Williams don't speak since the fall, and they have a bad relationship the fall of 2014. We would have shown, and we served on the state, December 15th, 2014. Jeffery Williams in a private plane with Mr. Lamar or Rich Homie Quan, and they are high-fiving and laughing with each other. That is on audio video. There's a man who the state hasn't called yet, Mr. Martinez Arnold, also known as Duke. It's on the state's witness list. He's represented by the Honorable Ashley Merchant. He's on that plane as well. He would have identified the item, and he would have testified that Mr. Williams and Mr. Lamar were very close in December 2014. Then on December 29th of 2014, Mr. Williams, Mr. Rich Homie Quan, Mr. Arnold, others were at Brian Williams' home in Miami, Florida. There was a posting by Mr. Lamar, Rich Homie Quan, and a picture of Mr. Arnold and Mr. Lamar, and they said, Mr. Lamar says, "This is my number one man, Duke," or something to that effect. We would have put that into evidence.
Bots asleep again. That's dirty.
In addition to that, Your Honor, on December 8th, 2 days before Mr. Thomas, God forbid, was killed, Mr. Williams is with Mr. Thomas, as well as Mr. Sledge and Brian Williams in Brian Williams' tour bus outside of a fabulous entertainer, artist, Mr. Clifford Harris, T.I.'s studio, and at that time, they were very close. But you also have the detective with the gang unit, Detective Underwood. I asked her within the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks, did you do any, and she was on the gang unit the entire time, including today. And I asked her, do you have any evidence about Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas being close friends? And she said, yes, of course I knew that. I said, how about in January of 2015, close to time of Mr. Thomas's death? She said, yes. They were.
Yo, that's pretty teeth.
Were close friends. Mr. Michael Sprinkle, he's a deputy district attorney in the Fulton County DA's office. He has a recording with Mr. Treadwell. You've heard the name O.G. Bentley. And in that, they're going through the evidence. And Mr. Treadwell, it's important because he has.
We knew he was a rat. I was right. We knew he was a rat. Yeah. Leave a comment.
A child, too, actually, with Mr. Thomas's sister. He's family. And Mr. Sprinkle states this is 2018. This is after the rental car. This is after all of the interviews of Mr. Zachary. Mr. Sprinkle on tape, on recording, states, I do not know why anybody thinks Jeffery Williams is involved in this killing. He and Donovan Thomas were close friends. It makes no sense to anyone. And Mr. Williams was never arrested, never charged, even in this, as the court just noted, with anything to do with Donovan Thomas's, God forbid, killing. In addition to that, Donovan Thomas has a place that he used to stay with a group of people on Auburn Avenue. Jeffery Williams performed and did a music shoot there to try to help other people who are suffering in poverty to get out and to be able to be seen and to broadcast their music. Jeffery Williams does that for everybody because he comes, Your Honor, from the struggle of total poverty, seeing people killed. He saw his brother die right in front of him, and the law enforcement, I'm not blaming anybody, everybody's on edge, but law enforcement would not get any help for him because there are all these people around. It is just what Mr. Williams has gone through is wrong for everyone. It's not just Mr. Williams, it's that whole community, but he's trying to get people out of poverty and out of that community. I have been with Mr. Williams, where we have gone to speak with children together, and he tells them, don't be a rapper. Be like Brian, be a lawyer, keep in school. He tells his children, get your education. His family, his whole being, Your Honor, is trying to break the chains of poverty for others, and it has been spun in this courtroom with false statements and allegations against Mr. Williams at every turn. In addition to that, Your Honor, the state talks about the fact that Mr. Williams takes people to Miami. You would have heard evidence if we went forward. I put all these people on my witness list. Not one person on my witness list has been interviewed by law enforcement or the prosecution. They have investigated this case for 15 years. They haven't interviewed all these people. That Sprinter van that you heard about, that was already booked days before. Going to Miami, Florida, Mr. Williams and Mr. Brian Birdman Williams, they did a video shoot for a music video. If anybody would have gone further with the expert for the state, they would have seen that Mr. Williams' cell phone does not contact any of the co-defendants that are named here in Miami, and Mr. Williams stays at a separate location than any of those persons. He would always take people who can't afford it on airplanes, on buses, on tours, to his concerts. He let everyone go because, Your Honor, they never left that area. He wanted to show people you have an opportunity. The world is big. Mr. Williams gave jobs to everybody who'd want to work. He'd give them jobs and security, and I'm not insulting them. They really weren't their jobs, but they were being mentored, but they were given titles and tried to give them respect and opportunity. But if they did not wish to work, Mr. Williams would not allow them to work with them. This has all been turned on its head by the state. The fact that the state has put in Mr. Williams' lyrics are offensive. Mr. Williams has tens of thousands of recordings. On our witness list, we are bringing in all of his people, his recording artists, his engineers, his managers, his record label, and an expert, the Honorable Dr. Eric Nielsen, to talk about how Mr. Williams creates his music. His music is then changed around and merged. Mr. Williams, some of the lyrics you just heard are not even uttered by Mr. Williams. The state has no idea when these lyrics were made. Some of them were made before the shooting of Donovan Thomas that the state is saying this applies to the Donovan Thomas killing with the Tahoe. They are so far afield of where we need to be when we are trying to, God forbid, take somebody's liberty, Your Honor. The state is talking about things like F the judge and I rep my life for real. That's not even said by Mr. Williams. But they don't care to find out. They are on a tunnel vision to try to convict a man who should not be convicted. The statement about I never killed nobody, but I got something to do with that body. If the state just bothered to talk with anybody, that is a Nicki Minaj song with Jeffery Williams. It is written by Nicki Minaj. That is on the text messages I gave, not the text message, the Instagram or Twitter rather, that I gave to the state. That is out well before this, but the state doesn't care. This is out in 2015 or 16 or 17 or 18, I can't remember, I think 18, where Mr. Williams is asked who wrote anybody, and his response is anybody who's written by Nicki Minaj, and it was. But it was really written and sung, it's a takeoff of a song by Tupac. There's a song that it parallels, which is an inspiration. But here we are with the state. Also, I never killed nobody, but I got something to do with the body. The next line comes up is, it's a truancy body. The state can't explain that, so they just conveniently leave it out. Your Honor, there were wiretaps on this case. Mr. Williams, it was going to come out, there was an application to wiretap his phone. The state never presented it to a judge. That speaks volumes.
I told y'all. Remember I asked, how they only get 2 wiretaps? That means they didn't have the evidence to get for the other people in the gang, which means they evidence was already binky. A judge wasn't even going. Because you don't get 2 wiretaps on a whole gang if everybody's guilty. But if you got the evidence you need for those 2, then that means everybody should have got one, which means you didn't, which means the judge wasn't even going for it, which says a lot. I told y'all.
The leader of the YSL criminal street gang, who's been involved from 2012 until his arrest, and even according to the state, while we sit here, they never even tried to wiretap his phone. It might have been because they don't really know what his phone number is. So all these communications you're being told about with Mr. Huey, I'm not so sure the state could have gotten anybody to say that's Mr. Williams' phone. This is how the trial has gone for us. But we sit here for almost 2 years since we did our jury selection initiation on January 4th, 2023. Mr. Williams has been sitting in a jail since May 9th, 2022. This is 2.5 years waiting for the conclusion of the state's case and a verdict from the jury, and that's why he is tendering this plea. I'm telling the court this, and the court knows when you came out the first time, it's very hard for Mr. Williams. I am not supportive of what we're doing right now. I'm not against it. But I told Mr. Williams, you okay with me saying this? Yes. I told Mr. Williams that I think we're winning the trial and we should go to verdict. But he told me I can't wait another 3 months if there is any possibility I could go home because I have children that are hurting. I have things to do, and he has some medical issues that he would like to tend to. He eats out of a bag, Your Honor. He eats processed food only. He gained 75 pounds during trial. He's lost it since. But it is hard. You know, for me, it's only 3 more months. It's enjoyable, actually. I enjoy coming. It's not that enjoyable for Mr. Williams. He told me he wakes up. Can I say this? Yes. He wakes up every day, and it's another day in HE blank blank.
Double
Your Honor,
hockey sticks.
The state is talking about, in this case, they put in social media. This honorable court was not here, but the state put in that Mr. Williams, in the indictment, Mr. Williams.
That boy wasn't eating no steaks before he went in.
Put out a call for murder. He put $24 million murder for hire on a person's head. That is a lot of money, and that is awful. If they would have read the chat, the Instagram chat, Mr. Williams, right above it, there's a picture of a very well-known, very accomplished musical artist who actually had surgically implanted in his forehead a pink diamond worth $24 million that day. That's what Mr. Williams would talk about. That's the type of evidence that is coming from the state of Georgia in this case. It is wrong. This is all wrong. And I know we're pleading guilty, and I know we're pleading nolo, and I know we're asking this honorable court for a certain sentence, and we'll get to it with the court's permission. But this is the type of evidence that there is. But it is holding this man hostage. And that's not really what we're supposed to do, district attorney time, in the state of Georgia or anywhere. The state then, because I opened on that, then they never bothered to put in all of the chats. Why did it take me to read the chats? In addition to that, going back to Donovan Thomas, talk about Mr. Williams involved, the state did a geofence. A geofence tracks his devices. It doesn't have to be a phone. It could be an iPad. It could be any type of electronic device that targets and is used. You don't have to be on the phone. It's the contact. If he has an app open, it'll capture it. And the state targeted the McDonald's, where they keep saying that Mr. Williams met with people there. They targeted the barbershop where, God forbid, the killing occurred. And they targeted a third location, no, 2 locations. And it comes out, Ms. Williams' devices are not there. It's exculpatory. I don't get that information. I got that because I interviewed Lieutenant Crabtree, and the results can't be found, according to prosecution. I did a motion for that. They just can't find it. That is great evidence for Mr. Williams. It would have also shown clearly that when he does go down from his house after getting this call that I'll talk about from Demise McMullen, he's not with these other people. And the expert for the state, the FBI agent who does the telephone analysis, Mr. Williams' phone does not ping off the same tower as a Demise McMullen or a Mr. Copeland or a Mr. Garlington or whomever. The state of Georgia has misrepresented for 2 years in front of this jury. They have hidden evidence. They have violated Brady. They have falsely accused Mr. Williams. Your Honor, saying that Mr. Williams gets that call 7 minutes after, the state said 6, it was 7 minutes after the killing of Donovan Thomas from Demise McMullen. Mr. Williams was already out of his home. Mr. Demise McMullen's calling Mr. Williams. He's not even there. He's going down to meet with Mr. Kelvin Treadwell, also known as O.G. Bentley. O.G. Bentley was supposed to go to Miami, Florida. They were talking about this deal. And Mr. Williams, that day, he was given another contract. Mr. Williams, by this time, he went from zero money. He is a multimillionaire at the time. He doesn't need the Cleveland Avenue drug deals for $15. He doesn't need the shootings. He wasn't even living in Atlanta.
I try to tell him still.
Since 2018, 19, 20, 21, he came back the very end of 21, 6 months, and he got arrested in May of 2022. In his house, Your Honor, we have everyone on the witness list. There are 12 people living at that house. Mr. Williams opens up any of a car that he has. He'll rent cars for people. Any home he has, he will allow people to live in hotels because people that he knows, unfortunately, are homeless. And he gives them all places.
So it's nothing to let you go in, stay in my house so my house don't actually get dilapidated from me not being there. People will break in and ruin it. And this is known from famous people that be out of town. True or false, leave a comment. Gotta love it. Yeah.
To stay, cars to drive around. He is not involved in criminal activity. Mr. Williams just got back in our country. His passport shows it. Right before he was arrested on May 9th of 2022, there were other people in that house with the drugs and the guns. There were people the guns are in their names. They were going to come in court and claim the guns. Everybody else was doing as well, but Mr. Williams has entered a guilty plea. I'm not going back on that, but I just want you to know that.
Hey, yo, do people with property let their family members stay in there when nobody not actually living in it until they get somebody right, just so it can have people running the water, making sure certain stuff, stay active and let them know when something going on, right? And for security purposes. Thank you.
that this case is
Thank you.
wrong to do to somebody with no bond and to hold him hostage. He wants to, you may not do it. He's aware of that. But the state offered him 15 years on probation.
Hold on. Yo, wasn't people breaking in famous people's houses? No wonder they had some straps in there. Oh, stop playing. Oh.
But they keep piling on these conditions. He just said, he made up his mind. He said, I'm just going to go with it. I got to get home. Judge may not let me home, but I'm not doing these conditions and admit that I'm the leader and I'm involved in the killing and my music just promoted everybody to do it. He's not going to do that. So he did not do that. And that's how we wound up here. The state, the night of the killing, people came to Mr. Williams' home. The state tells the court, he said, lay low. What they don't tell you is right after that, he gave money to Mr. Sledge, who said, they're going to kill me. They think I did it. And Mr. Williams said, if you had anything to do with it, I don't want to be with you. And Mr. Sledge said, I just need a hotel room with my children and my bride or my significant other to get to, and Mr. Williams said, be safe, lay low. That's the lay low. In addition to that, Mr. Williams told Mr. Copeland's with the police. Hours after the killing of Mr. Donovan Thomas, Mr. Copeland goes to the police department. Mr. Williams is the person who told him to go. Mr. Copeland said, what do I do? They're shooting at my house, at my family's house, at my significant other's mother's house. And Mr. Williams said, if you had anything to do with the murder, get out of here. Mr. Copeland denied it. And Mr. Williams said, then go tell the police. Mr. Copeland said, you want me to go to the police? And Mr. Williams said, if you had nothing to do with it, they think you did it, go to the police. In addition to that, Mr. Copeland said, well, I'm going to retaliate. Mr. Williams told him, don't do that. Let 12 handle. That's on recordings. That is on recordings on January 11th of 2015 with Detective Thorpe. Your Honor, as far as Dwayne Carter, a performer known as Lil Wayne, Mr. Williams had no conflict with him. They are friends. We were presenting evidence that right before this shooting of the tour bus is April 26th of 2015. Mr. Williams is performing in New Orleans area. And that's the area where it's Holly Grove, where Mr. Carter, or Lil Wayne, the performer known as Lil Wayne, comes from. And in order to drum up popularity and interest, people get on the internet and they start what's called rap battles.
It's fake?
Arguments, feuds. That's what happened here, and you would have heard testimony from Mr. Williams' management that they said, start a rap battle. It'll be better for your career.
Whoa.
Mr. Dwayne Carter.
Who told him to start that? That was fake? So even the part on the highway was fake still? Oh my God.
Is aware of that. Mr. Dwayne Carter's interviewed. The state's aware of this. He has interviews after this. Are you mad? What's the real deal with Jeffery Williams? He states, no. He's great with me. He brought popularity to me. He loves me. He idolizes me, and I love working with him. They did an album together. In 2014, they're in the studio together, making music together. It is all made up that Mr. Williams is involved. Mr. Williams gives a statement. The state refuses to put it in and then stop me, the previous judge, from cross-examining the detective. His name is Racy. He met with Mr. Williams in the DeKalb County Jail on the 15th day of July 2015. Mr. Williams is arrested that day. And there's a long interview. And Mr. Williams waives his right to counsel. He tells them, I'm his lawyer. They say, you don't want to speak to us? You don't have to. He said, well, I'll speak with you. And they asked Mr. Williams these questions. What about Lil Wayne's shooting? He said, it was outrageous. I love him. That's my idol. I love Lil Wayne. How about this battle? He says it's promotion. They asked him about his rap lyrics. It's the only person that the state ever did anything about rap lyrics with. And they asked Mr. Williams, what about the rap lyrics? And he tells them, it's hyperbole. He didn't use that word. He used the word, it's made up. It's rhyming. It's made up. Not like the state is saying that I rap lyrics for real. That's not even Mr. Williams' utterance. Your Honor, the point I'm trying to make to you is what the state of Georgia has presented to this jury in this courtroom the past year has been full of untruths, and they know it. The state says that Mr. Williams had a conflict because he named an album with Dwayne Carter, and Dwayne Carter didn't like that. Dwayne Carter's interviewed. He said, that was one of the nicest things anyone could have done to me. It shows how much he really appreciates me. It shows respect and honor, and I appreciate what he did. The state knows this. With regards to Jimmy Winfrey. What the state did is they put in a recording. It's not Mr. Williams. It's a jail recording, Mr. Winfrey and an unknown person. and an unknown person says, when you get out, you're going to get a Porsche and $250,000. Mr. Williams not privy to that. The state looked at all of Mr. Williams' bank records, everything. They undressed him financially. There's zero evidence Mr. Williams did anything for Mr. Winfrey. The state tells you that Mr. Winfrey asked for money for a lawyer. The conversation was, and it's recorded, it was with Mr. Williams' manager. And Jimmy Winfrey said, I need to show that I was gainfully employed for the court. Can you get me something from YSL? And the manager said, yeah, if we have it, and if it's true, yes, you can have it. That is it. There's no evidence that Mr. Williams paid for anybody's lawyer, Mr. Winfrey or otherwise. In addition to that, Your Honor, the social media postings with Mr. Rashawn Bennett, also known as YFN Lucci. So Mr. Williams, the state tells Mr.
This boy ready to get charged with drugs.
Bennett on social media, I would have killed you if I didn't like the way you take care of your mother and children. That is the post. What they don't tell you is Mr. Bennett, who is also, to his credit, trying to drum up his career. Mr. Bennett is picking on Mr. Williams, who's a much higher profile artist than Mr. Bennett at that time. And Mr. Bennett is saying that he slept with Mr. Williams' fiance while Mr. Williams and she are a significant couple, that Mr. Williams' music is awful. Nobody should listen to his music ever. Mr. Williams responds by saying, we can do an album together if you want. Stop this. The man continues of how he's sleeping with Mr. Williams' significant other, and then Mr. Williams responds by saying, I would have killed you except for what you do. That is the context that they don't tell you about. And Mr. Williams did nothing to Mr. Bennett. In fact, the evidence would have shown, if we had time or we would have gone forward, that Mr. Bennett and Mr. Williams are on the red carpet receiving awards in California, sitting right next to each other and taking photographs. This is not the Jeffery Williams. Jeffery Williams is a known person who is all over the place. If he did something, somebody wanted him, they can find him. This is not. So he's not hanging out on Cleveland Avenue. What the state is saying are not true. The situation with Mr. Bennett, so he's in the Fulton County Jail, and he's housed, and there are crazy, sick, violent people, and they're on the phone, and Mr. Myrick, M-Y-R-I-C, is calling other people, supposed co-conspirators. How much will Jeffery Williams give? He doesn't say that, but that's the theme of it, as well as Christian Eppinger. What the state doesn't tell you is that when Mr. Sumlin is asked, hey, find out how much Thug will pay me to kill Mr. YFN Lucci, Mr. Sumlin says, I don't know his number. I can't get in touch with him. He doesn't talk to me. And that's because, Your Honor, since 2015, and he means no insult, but Jeffery Williams has had zero contact with Shannon Stillwell until this case, Kenneth Copeland, Demikian Garlington, Justin Cobb, Demise McMullen, Mr. Sledge, Mr. Murphy, all these people. This is a lie. This is a 100% lie, and that's why we tendered a no-low plea to being a leader of a criminal street gang. Mr. Williams is not a leader. In fact, if it would go forward, on Mr. Huey's phone, there are conversations with Mr. Copeland.
A1 go, salute.
And they both say how Jeffery Williams is a zero, and F him. And they don't talk to him, and Jeffery Williams never does anything for them. Mr. Huey, Mr. Williams met later. He met him closer in the time of 2020. Mr. Huey's father went through a horrible episode that Mr. Williams knew, and that's how Mr. Williams knew his son, who's Mr. Huey. And Mr. Huey's on hard times, and Mr. Huey's making mistakes. And Mr. Huey, supposedly, Mr. Williams believes, armed robbed a man named Chandler Durham, D-U-R-H-A-M. Mr. Durham is Mr. Williams, and he's a fabulous record engineer. And Mr. Williams states, give him back, tell him to give back the property or he's going to die. The state puts that as an overt act. No one dies, and the property doesn't get returned. Mr. Huey ignores Mr. Williams. The state told you today that Jeffery Williams sent Mr. Huey a posting that Mr. YFN Lucci is going to be performing on January 19, 2020. That's not true. Mr. Huey sent that to whoever phone that was. And all it says is slat and slatty. Well, I went out to the places that Mr. Bennett was supposed to perform. There's no shooting. There was no fight. There was nothing to report. There's nothing here. In addition, the state says same thing on September 12th, September 2nd, 2022 on Mr. Huey's phone. I'm not conceding that was Jeffery Williams even having a conversation with him, but even if it was, it doesn't show anything. It says slatty, lay low. Lay low means don't do anything. Get out of the way.
Oh, tell him still, you a boss. That mean lay low. Get out the way. Yeah, let's get money.
That is what it is. That is Mr. Williams' role. Mr. Williams, there is evidence in the record, and there would have been more. He takes people on tour with him. He takes people in the mall with him. But when they do crime or do things to people, for instance, there was a prostitute.
Whoa.
And several people gave that prostitute money, $500.
Hey.
And the prostitute at the end of the $500, getting $500 from several people, had sex with a person.
Hey.
And then she was armed robbed. So all the money came back. Mr. Williams wasn't involved in that, but he heard about it. He made those people find the prostitute and repaid her every dime. People stole.
I ain't gonna lie, still, you gotta show me that receipt. I would love to see the receipt of the repay. Yeah, those some wild dudes. They dirty. You can't do that. You can't pay for. Look. Hilton said, "Damn, that happened to me. I'm glad they had to pay her back." Look at Hilton's face. She's like, "Damn, that happened to me. I ain't get my money." Say less.
From stores that Mr. Williams found about. He went to the stores and he repaid all that. He didn't steal anything. He doesn't need to steal anything. Your Honor, Mr. Williams stands with Elton John. Elton John called Mr. Williams the next coming of John Lennon.
What? Yeah.
Mr. Williams is unbelievable talent. He's not just a rap artist.
Yeah.
In fact, when he's interviewed in 2017, he gives a statement and he says, I had to learn rap. He grew up in a house learning other forms of music. He likes all music, but rap hit in his community, and his community raised him. They supported him. They came out to him. They made him get into establishments. And once the establishment saw all the people come out, he got more establishments. And then he went out of that little area in Atlanta to other parts of Georgia and then to all the neighboring states and throughout our country. And he has performed on every continent but one. He has performed in front of being the headliner, 300,000 people at one time. He has a real life and career. He is not the leader, and he is not worried about buying jewelry that is stolen.
Or ass.
Mr. Williams is actually innocent. I'm not trying to corrupt our plea. That's his plea, and he's entitled to it, and he wants it, and he embraces it. But to me, this is a wrongful prosecution. This is outrageous.
Oh.
All right, so you're pleading guilty, or your client is pleading guilty to counts 57 through 62.
It's all true.
Do you
Yes, there's a
concede
factual
there's a
basis.
factual basis for those counts?
Yes, I can see that.
Okay. All right, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's fine. And Your Honor, I'll answer any of your questions, but the point I'm trying to make is 45 years to serve 25 years in prison, when just this morning it was a probationary offer. It was a probationary offer. The state knows, but they want to control. They have this theory of music, and they want to stop. That's just not right. And it's wrong in the district.
Just reset your stream. Don't trip. Just reset your stream, baby. We here. God loves you. Blessings.
Attorney in Fulton County to do that. If they offer probation, then he's not a 45 to serve 25 years in custody type of person, and he's certainly not the person that the state has stated in front of the court. What we're asking, Your Honor, on count 1, which is the RICO count, to accept the nolo contendere plea. Please sentence Mr. Williams to 20 years to serve 5 years in prison commuted to time served. Mr. Williams has served, as I said, 22.5 years. On count 56, Your Honor, that's the leadership of a gang, nolo plea, 20 years to serve 5 years commuted to time served, consecutive to all other counts. On count 57, which is a gang count, Your Honor, not a leader, guilty plea, 20 years to serve 5 years commuted to time served, concurrent with count 1. With regard to count 58, which is possession of, I believe it is marijuana with intent to distribute.
Drug charge. Told y'all.
10-year sentence on probation, concurrent with count 1. On count 59, which is violation Georgia Controlled Substance Act, possession of codeine with intent to distribute, 5 years on probation, concurrent with count 1. On count 59, Your Honor, which is violation Georgia Controlled Substance Act, possession of cocaine, 3 years on probation, concurrent with count 1. Count 61, 5 years of probation. It's a firearm count, consecutive to the other counts, consecutive to before count 56. And then count 62, 10 years to serve commuted to time served. That should be a total sentence, Your Honor, that we are respectfully requesting the court to consider. I believe it's 45 years to serve 5 years in prison, commuted to time served, 40 years on probation.
Woo.
Credit for the time already served and commuted time served. As I said, after 3 years of probation, the probation becomes non-reporting, and after successful completion of 10 years on probation, the balance of the sentence be terminated. Mr. Williams asked the court for house arrest for 3 years as part of the sentence.
What?
The house arrest specifically defined that Mr. Williams will be in his home.
No.
Or at any lawful employment, touring, studio, performance, business meetings, and the like. Wear an ankle monitor for the first year and pay the costs of same. And the company must be approved by probation department. And the ankle monitor to be affixed within 10 days of hopeful release from custody. Mr. Williams cannot possess a firearm, but he can be around licensed security who are armed or other persons who are lawfully carrying a firearm with a license. And that would be knowingly for Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams can transfer probation outside the state of Georgia. He has residences in the state of California. He has studios in the state of California. Mr. Williams be allowed to travel throughout our country and the world for lawful work-related industries. Mr. Williams wants to perform. He's going to do this anyway, Your Honor, but we made it part of the sentence. At least one concert each year at a venue, if they'll have him over holding 10,000 people, if that is workable for the venue and Mr. Williams' management, and he is going to donate all of the profits that he makes to a 501c3 charity. Mr. Williams wants to pledge $100,000 for the next 3 years
What do you say?
to the Fulton County Sheriff's Office if they will hold
Hell no.
an illegal firearm buyback,
No.
buyback firearms that are not supposed to be on our streets.
No.
Mr. Williams
Man, it's
does
been a
not
play.
wish
It's
to
a
go
play.
near the Cleveland Avenue area, not to insult that area at all, but
He ain't
it is
never
just
going
not
back.
a good idea under
He ain't never going back. His family ready to leave and the play's in, man. That's, man.
this circumstance. And he can drive on the highway, but otherwise not come within 1 mile of the area that we call Cleveland Avenue, and we can give the exact dimensions of that area. Mr. Williams must perform 100 hours of community service per year for the next 3 years as designated by probation department. Mr. Williams can associate, and this was agreed to previously, with people who are convicted felon or alleged gang members solely for lawful purpose of making music.
All right, I see Ms. Love shaking her head, and I think it's fair to establish that until the entirety of the negotiations were agreed to, it was all up in the air.
Sure.
That may have been something y'all had already hammered out, but it wasn't. It's not anything they're bound to.
Absolutely.
Fair. Okay.
I agree with that. Mr. Williams can have no contact with any of the supposed victims, and there was an Exhibit A attached to the state's proposed plea agreement, negotiated plea agreement that was sent to you, so we adopt that Exhibit A, but we can give it to the court if you need those names. And Mr. Williams have no contact with any of the co-defendants in this indictment, with the exception of Mr. Quantavious Greer, that is his biological brother, as well as Mr. Sergio Kitchens. He's a phenomenal artist. He goes performer known as Gunna, G-U-N-N-A. Mr. Williams and Mr. Kitchens are contractually obligated, and they frequently perform music together. Your Honor, any other conditions that this honorable court deems appropriate? I want to thank the court for all your time. Always, I want to thank Ms. Percival for everything she has done. I want to thank Mr. Williams for allowing me to stand with him. And I really never thought we would be here, but this is his decision. I want to thank the Honorable Keith Adams, who may want to speak, Your Honor, but I can never imagine a better lawyer than Keith Adams.
Mr. Adams, do you want to add anything to the record?
Don't cry.
Your Honor, I don't know that there's really much to add. Mr. Steele has represented to the court, I think fully and thoroughly, the breadth of our knowledge of the case, Mr. Williams' background. I think the court has not just heard it from Mr. Steele, but has had the opportunity to sit here and hear some of the evidence and kind of get a feel. You've had a chance also to observe Mr. Williams and then get a feel for him, his background, and so forth. You know, the only thing I can say about Mr. Williams that hasn't been said is that he comes from an area. You might have heard throughout the course of the trial that there was an album, a concert tour. We came from nothing. And that is true. Mr. Williams came from, you know, I hate to use the word abject poverty, but that really is the case. Came from an area where there was a significant amount of crime, where, as you've heard, he's had
Nice way to put it, brother. I like that.
a tragedy in his life and has observed tragedy in his life, and he has gone through a good bit. He has been involved in a lot, but he has raised himself up. He has
In a lot.
done the best he could and has done phenomenally well, and is, I think, an inspiration to a lot of people from that community who look to him,
You know,
and see the success that he has gained, and have been fully supportive of him. But he finds himself here. He is in front of you. He is tendering this plea because he accepts responsibility. You have heard everything Mr. Steele has had to say. I can only ask that you follow what we have put before you. You also have, I believe, the paperwork that was given to you by the state, which kind of gives you some idea of what they were looking for as well in terms of conditions on Mr. Williams if we were to ever reach some sort of agreement. And we ask that if you feel that there's anything within the state's proposal that might be appropriate in terms of the sentence for Mr. Williams, that the court please feel free to do that. There's nothing that he puts himself before the court. And I think 2.5 years sitting, going through this process, challenging the process, but now standing before you and asking that you consider everything and sentence him appropriately in the way that we've requested. I'd simply ask you, I join Mr. Steele and Mr. Williams in asking you to do the same. And I thank you as well, as Mr. Steele did, for your patience with us and for bringing some order to the proceedings that candidly was needed. So that's all I have to say. I thank you again, and I ask you to consider everything that's been put before you.
All right, Mr. Williams, is there anything that you want to say?
Yes, ma'am. I take full responsibility for, my crimes or my charges. I want to say sorry to my family, my mom. My mom got 11 kids. I can't say all their names, my manager.
This can't be real. This can't be real. I'm just going to pause it right here. This can't be real. This can't be real. This can't be real.
My kids that's not here. Really, everybody that got something to do with this situation, I want to say sorry for just having so much time investing into this, and I am a smart guy. I am a good guy, and I really got a good heart. I find myself in a lot of stuff because I was just nice or cool, and I understand that you can't be that way when you reach a certain height because it could end bad, and it don't really have to have nothing to do with you, but it could end bad and it could, fall on you. And I know the choice is yours, it's up to you, and I hope that you allow me to go home today and just trust in me to just do the right thing and never see you again unless it's.
He gonna cry when it's over today. Yep, as he gonna cry.
Unless it's at a, bar in the future or something. Just out of this type of situation, I promise you I won't ever be in this type of situation again. I'm going away. I've learned from my mistakes.
What mistakes?
Come from nothing, and I've made something, and I didn't take full advantage of it. I'm sorry.
What?
Through these last 2.5 years of my life, you are really, truly, honestly, the best thing that has happened to me because you made everything fair for me and everybody involved on both sides. The last 2.5 years of my life, you are really, truly, honestly, the best thing that has happened to me because you made everything fair for me and made everything fair for me that has happened to me because you made everything fair for me.
Excuse me, Judge, I'm about to get emotional. You made everything fair, my savior. And you know what I mean. I love you. I can't believe this.
You are really, truly, honestly, the best thing that has happened to me because you made everything fair for me and everybody involved on both sides. I'm sorry to the sheriff, everybody. Time, man. I know y'all got.
I thought it was fuck 12. Now he's sorry to the sheriff. Ain't this a bitch? What the fuck? This nigga a bitch. Fuck that. What the fuck? Where the fuck fuck his father at? Somebody get these bitch ass niggas on the line. Nah, hell nah, man.
I'm sorry for y'all having to put this extra time in to be away from y'all family, you know, and I just hope that you find it in your heart to allow me to go home and be with my family and just do better as a person. I know what I bring to the table. I know who I am. I know the heights I've reached. I know the impact I got on people, period, in the community, you know, all people. I learned that late, like these past 2 or 3 years of my life, I kind of learned that late. And maybe it was because I was, you know, probably on drugs or anything, I don't know. But I have came to my senses and I understand what I mean to this world. But I am a good guy, you know. I don't mind doing stuff like, you know, like free shows, and I always did that. You know, I did free shows and gave it to single parents, millions of dollars. You know, I made $1.8 million on a free show, and I gave it all to single parent charity. And I did like 2 or 3 shows that made like $700,000 a piece, and I gave it to the breast cancer organization. Like, you know, I do things. Like, I put millions of dollars back into my community for real. I really did. I did more than anybody ever did from my side, you know. But I understand, you know, rap lyrics. I understand how it could be twisted. I understand what it could do to the mind of people. I understand all that, and I promise you I'm 100% changing that. You know, it's just, I'm older, I'm grown now, you know, and it's just like, I'm smarter. It's more things to rap about. Like, I've experienced a lot of good things. I experienced more bad things, but I experienced a lot of good things too. And anyway, I can go forever.
Well, I appreciate it. And I appreciate that you do realize how much of an impact you have on people. I mean, it's past your neighborhood. It's worldwide, especially young people. And having come up from where you came up from and living in and around that, you know that gangs are damaging to our community. And it may be that a whole lot of rap music and the rap industry is, I mean, honestly, it sounds like a modern day version of kind of WWE wrestling that used to be on television, where people would just get up and
can't tell if it's a dream or if it's real life. Rewind the last days on a still night. He ain't played for a minute, but he's still nice. If the beat got 2 empty verses, then it get killed twice. Backpack rapper with the drugs in it. My man don't talk on his phone cause bugs in it. He told me do my thing, just put your blood in it. Thinking out the box, my nigga, but ain't no fugs in it. Champagne wishes drinking Hennessy. They claiming that they ball, but they fake injuries. I was in the lab making remedies. We was in the streets trying to make it in the industry.
posture and act like it sounds like a modern day version of kind of WWE wrestling. That, honestly, it sounds like a modern day version of kind of WWE wrestling that used to, sounds like a modern day version of kind of WWE wrestling that used to be on television, where people would just get up and posture and act like they hated each other. And it may be that
Kayfabe. Kayfabe. Oh.
that's a lot of what is going on in the music industry with rap. But whether it is fake or not, it has tremendous impact on kids and young people who think, this is cool, this is what I want to do. Look at him, he's a millionaire. I can do that by being, you know, a gangster in the streets.
A wrestler, though.
that's not true. What you're likely to have happen to you if you're a gangster in the streets is you get shot, you get killed, or you get thrown in prison. And those are, you know, by far the most likely outcomes. And
But Brett the Hitman Hart brother died.
you know, you've been in here watching the trial, and you've seen the pictures of Mr. Ryan posing with a gun as big as he is at 15 years old and going out and shooting and killing another teenager. And that's what gangs do, and that's unfortunately a lot of what rap music does. And if you are a modern day...
Whoa, she just generally just described that as rap music when that's a small percentage. Wow. Take it to court. Take it to court. Yup. Throw her away. Throw her all the way away. Yeah, take it. Yeah, take her all the way to the dump. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bias. You cannot do that to that whole category. Thought I wasn't going to catch it. Thought I wasn't going to catch it. We ain't doing that. These boys was just dancing. Do she know Soulja Boy and goddamn Drake, goddamn Lil Wayne? No, we not doing that. No, we not doing that just because you didn't seen the news recently. Lady, you was a teenager when hip hop was in its infancy. We not doing that. Them boys, no, we not doing that. You gonna got a couple years of people. You just said it was wrestling. No.
John Lennon, you know, I mean, he might have rapped too in this day and age. I don't know, but I know you're talented, and even if you choose to continue to rap, you need to try to use your influence to let kids know that that is not the way to go. And that
Man, we've seen this before.
there are ways out of poverty besides hooking up with the powerful guy at the end of the street selling drugs.
What? Who said that? Who said that? He is not Jeezy. She got the wrong artist. What she was listening to? Shorty must have been, she was getting some mixtapes in the early 2000s during that cocaine era. Hell yeah. I blame Gucci Man them. Hell yeah, Gucci Man, Jeezy and them. And Yo Gotti, that's the only way. Boy, ain't, what? The drug deal on the corner, yo, come. Ain't nobody kicked no kingpin shit since like 09. That shit played out with Pusha T on the second run. Goddamn, 2 Chainz couldn't even really hold the line. He tried finesse a little bit, but he was really talking about gasoline for real. You feel me? Nobody ain't jack Rick Ross. Shorty believed she was listening to Rick Ross. Every day I'm hustling. Hell yeah. That's the last hip hop song she heard. Rick Ross. I blame that bitch ass nigga. That's the last hit. Nope. She seen the movie BMF recently, the TV show. That's what the fuck this about. Hell yeah, because she got the misperception of this shit. She don't know what the fuck talking. That boy don't be talking about go holler. Nah, hell no.
And, you know, I know that happens for protection.
Play the trial. Nah, I get to show off right now. Play these nuts. Go watch it on the other stations. We at this point and you gonna tell me to rush? Nah, bitch, go where you got your own control. I'm talking that shit right now because first off, I was so right with all that shit that Steele was saying. Bitch, give me my props. Yeah, so relax. Go play it where you got your own control because everybody that's in here been rocking and they know what time it is. I got the right to talk right now. I've been quiet for a minute. Shut the fuck up.
Sometimes, but a much better way would be getting an education and setting, you know, hanging around with people who set a good example. And you be one of those people that sets a good example. I mean, all right, so that's my high horse on that. I could also go on. But I want you to try to be more of the solution and less of the problem. All right? All right, so it is not lost on the court that the state had they been able to come to agreement on certain special conditions, was willing to entirely dismiss the RICO count, was willing to entirely dismiss one of the gang counts, and was willing to entirely dismiss this, machine gun count. Was willing to give a sentence that permitted Mr. Williams to walk out of the door today, and therefore does not seem to be particularly worried that Mr. Williams, if on the streets, would be a danger to society. I'm taking that into consideration in crafting my sentence. And in permitting a nolo plea to the RICO count in one of the two gang counts, I would not be permitting the nolo to the one if you were not pleading guilty to at least one of them. But you are, and y'all admit a factual basis for the counts that you are pleading guilty to. I find there to be a factual basis for those counts, and for the remaining counts with which you are charged, I am going to impose a sentence, and I've taken a little bit of the suggested special conditions from the defense and a little bit of the special conditions suggested by the prosecution. On count one, the court sentence is 20 years to serve 5 years, commuted to time served, the balance of 15 years to be probated, and a $25,000 fine. Bro. On count two, the sentence is 5 years to serve, commuted to time served. That's the minimum sentence that's permitted on that count. It is required to be run consecutively. I'm going to run it consecutive to count one, but I am going to backload. Oh, I'm sorry, that is not commuted. That is 5 years to serve, and it's going to be run consecutively to count one, backloaded, by which I mean after you serve your 15 years of probation. If you have been successful on that probation, and I sincerely hope that you are, then at the end of that 15 years, I will commute the entire rest of any service portion of your sentence to time served.
Oh my God. This is how you get you a conviction on paper and look out for somebody. Yeah, this is the best of both worlds right here. This is how you put something on paper and it don't mean nothing. It's trash.
So I'll get to the end of it and give you the total sentence, but I'm also going to impose a $15,000 fine with regard to that count. Count 57, 20 years to serve 5, commuted to time served, the balance of 15 years probated, concurrent with count 1. Count 58, 10 years to serve 5, commuted to time served, balance probated, concurrent with count 1. 59, 5 years to serve, commuted to time served, concurrent with count 1. 60, 5 years to serve, commuted to time served, concurrent with count 1. Count 61, 5 years to serve, that is required to be also a consecutive sentence, so that's going to be run consecutively to count 56 and backloaded. Count 62, 10 years to serve, also required to be served consecutively, that's going to be consecutive to count 61, also backloaded. So essentially, the total sentence is 40 years to serve the first 5 years in prison, but commuted to the time that you have already served, followed by 15 years on probation, followed then by the backloaded 20 years, which can be served in custody and will be served in custody if you are not successful on your probation. If you are successful in completing your 15 years probation, that will be commuted to time served. You are to remain on reporting status for the first half of your probation, active reporting for the first 7.5 years of your probation, and that is pursuant to OCGA 17-
We just watched a fake trial.
10-1 subsection 2, A2A. And Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, in order to keep him on reporting status, there needs to be good cause shown. We all concede that good cause is shown here?
Stipulate.
All right, I appreciate that. Special conditions of your probation.
What good cause? What do it mean?
Can I have a second, Your Honor?
Sure.
Let the judge. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. You had enough time to talk with your attorneys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, special conditions of your probation. After 48 hours from your release, you are to stay away from the metro Atlanta area, and that's defined by the U.S. Census Bureau. It may change, but you can look that up anytime to figure out what that is. For the first 10 years of your probation, subject to the following exceptions, you are permitted to be in the metro Atlanta area to attend any wedding, funeral, or graduation from high school, college, or graduate school of any of your immediate family members. And immediate family members is defined the same way that you all were contemplating it when you were negotiating. You can get here up to 24 hours prior to any such event, and you need to leave within 48 hours after any such event. In addition, during each year of your probation, I'm going to require that you come to the metro Atlanta area and make a live anti-gang and anti-gun violence presentation.
Man, this was a fake play, bro. He sold the streets out. This was all pre-scripted, y'all. If you mad that I stopped it, then leave. Bro. It's that same play they ran with T.I., y'all. They run this whole big-ass fake thing like this dude was really in trouble. Whole time it was a shot at changing the inner city through lyrics. She literally just explained it. She said, you can persuade the kids. Look what he did. That's what he did. He persuaded them. The whole thing was a play from the beginning, man. Catch up. I'll give you some time to think about it. And come up with an argument if you want to be. Told y'all. Pre-scripted. Connected to politics. Holmes was picked to play this rollout so they could build Atlanta for what they wanted to be, y'all. I'm not exaggerating. They're not trying to change the way policing is. They just don't need the over the top image of the rapper and the gangster image there. So they just shaped and molded. They used it, though. They the ones who imported it. Yes, I'm telling you, you could think I'm capping. You watched it. They controlled how gangster the rappers was. Look, Soulja Boy, Gucci Man, Thug. I don't need to tell you the in-betweens. Hold up. Crisscross. Let me relax.
4 times a year, each year of your probation, at a grade school, a middle school, a boys or girls club, anything like that, that type of group. And if you want to, that presentation can include a benefit concert.
Listen. She admitted that it was wrestling plays, that the music industry be faking beef. Listen. The boy didn't get charged with the homies. We at the end of the road right here. No homies just now, y'all. All that fluff. The Fannie Willis fluff. The fake connection to goddamn Donald Trump. I called it. I said, yo, Fannie Willis, nah, this a play. Called it before the trial started. Called. Yo, this a play. Shorty got too many photos. Yup, they dropped the ball, y'all. It was mad hints. I said, nah, yo, this some type of play. This a political play. They shaping and moving. This the hidden hand of the black elite. I've been telling y'all. Now we here. Look what time it is. Now you tell me why we watched everything we seen. Down to the goddamn play with the pill over the shoulder. Phony baloney. The way they bust down the trial just so the people could fit in the courtroom properly for the camera. Oh, yeah. You ain't even pay attention. When we popped up, they made it seem all elaborate, 28 people. Then they severed people. They ain't tell us why. They just split it so the people fit more mysteriously in the court. Hold up. Let's give out some plea deals so we could get it down to 6.
These presentations may count towards your required community service hours, which I'm going to impose, that during each year of your probation, you perform 100 hours of community service. You are, and this is required by the fact that there's a gang conviction. You shall not knowingly have contact of any kind or character with any other member or
Now, it's that same thing that helps the artist who was a part of the play have a reason to not come around his people even more than they already had separated him from his people. You know, divide and conquer while we use you and nobody can peep the real plays. I mean, what's the coincidence? Holmes came out with a partially zesty demeanor, but in a city that embraces the zest. That's a coincidence. Oh, okay. And to the street people. So he was the best of both worlds. He represented the sweet your little boys and okay.
You know,
say less. In that way, he's not political, right? But at the end of the day, when he get in trouble, now they want to use him in the political realm, make him come back and speak against the gangsters. Okay, that sound like Big U and them. Okay.
or associate of any criminal street gang. Exception to that, if your brother is a member of any street gang, I hope you talk him into getting out of it. Quantavious Greer, and then also Sergio Kitchens, as long as you are contractually obligated to him. That is going to include anybody who is named in this indictment, except as...
Yo, it was all a play, yo. They rave smashed the real people in the streets right now. It was all a play. This was scripted. Pay attention. This was all a play. They rave smashed real rappers that came behind us. She just told you. This dude came out early, 2012-13, manipulating the youth of Atlanta now. They really out that bitch thugging ready to come through this courthouse. They ready really get smashed because they jacket ain't gonna be light. That Rico gonna have real overt acts with real cameras, clear. I told y'all this. I told y'all this. This so they could build that city. You need big crime. We seen this play. Chicago, Baltimore, New York, California. We seen this, bro. Where they run a little thing, blame it on the gangs, use it as a political... Man, this go back to the early 1900s, man. Check the stats, man. Straight up. Check out Google Mayor Daley in them, man.
As absolutely necessary to conduct the lawful business of your musical career, and to any extent that the state is not agreeing to the exception for Mr. Kitchens, in the event that that part is not enforceable because it is only a portion of a special condition, going to provide that that be severable from the rest of this, and I'll put some case sites in the Senate sheet for that. You are in no way...
Hey, yo, where the dude that was taking Young Thug's trays? Wherever he was locked up, somebody had to take him his tray. So where the CO or where the prisoner that was taking Thug's trays for 2 years?
To promote any criminal street gang or any criminal street gang activity, including on any social media platform. You are not to utilize any hand signs, terminology, or language that promotes any criminal street gang. You are not to participate in any criminal street gang activity. You are not to knowingly engage in any...
And just like that, Slime and Slat is dead. If the key person don't rep it no more, what happens? It loses life.
Contact with any of the victims that are listed in this indictment or with any of their family members. And you may not have in your possession or with arm's reach any kind of a firearm because you're going to be a convicted felon. And that is, except I know that you have security and you need security. You can be within arm's reach of a firearm that is in the possession of either licensed law enforcement or licensed security personnel that are in your security detail or anybody that you're performing with. You are to submit to random drug screens, and not use any drugs unless they are prescribed for you by a licensed physician. You are to execute a Fourth Amendment waiver that will permit the search of your person, residence, vehicles, and electronics for any firearms, any criminal street gang paraphernalia, or any illicit drugs. And as I mentioned with regard to one of the first of your co-defendants from this trial, at least since I've been involved, to plead guilty, our Uniform Superior Court rules instruct and provide that it is absolutely proper for a judge to grant leniency in sentencing when, quote, the interests of the public and the effective administration of criminal justice are served, unquote. And I think that this plea is in the interest of the public and in the interest of effective administration of justice. Have been trying to ensure that, to the extent I can, this trial also abides by that. It's been challenging at certain times. I find your plea to be freely, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily entered with an understanding of the consequences, and I accept it as such. I also need to inform you that your attorneys were going to represent you through either the last day of this term of court or 30 days from now, whichever is later, and any of the filings that were mentioned that need to be filed within that time, they would file on your behalf unless they are permitted to withdraw from representing you before that time. I am not going to impose the conditions suggested by your counsel about the benefit concerts and the donations to the sheriff's office, but I certainly strongly encourage you to do those things and to do and continue to do things that benefit your community and especially help young people to stay out of criminal trouble. And unless there is anything from counsel.
He did his job. His job was to help them tear down that community for the last 10 years. He did his job. Now he getting taken care of. Now he ain't even got to come back home. He get to live in Cali. Checkmate.
Other than that?
I have one matter, Your Honor.
Okay, and does the state as well?
Yeah. Your Honor, with regards to Mr. Williams being permitted to come to the Metro Atlanta area or Cleveland Avenue area for funeral or the other items,
right?
Can you also consider, God forbid, there's a serious medical condition of a person that
in
is
his immediate family? Yeah. Certainly, we can add that. And I also meant to mention, because I know you do travel all over in order to pursue your career, that it's permissible for your probation to be transferred to out of state, and that has to be done through probation, but that is fine with the court. And you may also keep your, nobody's mentioned it, but keep your passport and travel out of state and internationally to the extent that you need to do that for business purposes as well. All right, Mr. Body.
Yes, very briefly. Thank you. The district attorney just wanted me to urge the court, due to the fact that the Thomases have been negatively affected incredibly traumatically by what has been discussed by both parties here today, to make a brief statement as
hell no.
That they fall within the exception or within the bounds of Marcy's law, if the court would allow. I understand the court made a ruling earlier as it relates to that, but she wanted to.
Thank you, and I appreciate, well, I cannot even begin to understand what they must, anybody must be going through when they lose a family member to violence or criminal violence. Mr. Williams himself has expressed his own sorrow to the family. I, again, am going to stand by my belief that the appropriate time to hear a victim impact statement from them is at the close of the trial that contains the murder count with regard to their family member. All right, thank you. Okay, court is adjourned. Good luck to you. And I'm going to have there better be no violations, but if there are any, you're coming back to see me.
Shut up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, you're...
What the hell did we just watch? We just got our boots smoked.
Since the let's take a recess, and I'll be back.
What? A recess? Bro. Yo, we just got our boots smoked. She said, let's take a recess, and they ended it. Bro. Yeah, it's about that time, y'all. I'm in the Discord, y'all. So what the clown's gonna say now? Hey, yo, this what we doing, y'all. Hold on, we about to do a poll. I got the Discord. I'm about to put the Discord. Who want to come and talk? Yeah, we about to rock, y'all. Nah. I know people got something to say. I'm about to start a poll. Hold up, y'all. We about to reside. Yeah, buddy. This was unexpected, but oh, they won't let me type that? That's crazy. It won't let me put the... Oh, I'm in the wrong joint. My bad, y'all. I'm geeking, y'all. I'm about to blame YouTube. And it was me. All right, hold on. All right, boom. Hit the poll, y'all. Yo, if you're not subscribed to my second channel, don't even worry about it. Because I'm going to do something now that we done made it to this stage. I don't know what's ready to go with the trial, but I'm about to definitely turn up. So if you thought we was just about the trial, I don't know. All right, hold on, though. I'm about to put the Discord link for the people that want to talk. What y'all think about that, though, y'all? All right, for the people that don't like to say this stuff is scripted, I get it. But, don't worry. I was just asking. Don't take it to heart. I'm not saying that that's a fact. I'm just asking. Just asking. Yo, if you want to come on Discord and talk, you want to speak your piece, hit the Discord link. Godson, what's up? They warmed down? I don't think so, Nay. The way that went down and the way he was talking, I think it was with everything we just watched, I'm going to have to say. And the way the judge said it was wrestling, still used all of this. Whoa. The same defense that I had, defense still used, which was predictable to see. Now, I'm not saying that I'm a lawyer. Hell no. No, it was obvious. They ain't prove it. He's really a rapper. All these types of things. Y'all heard it. Like, I ain't even had to say nothing. It was getting overwhelming. But the reason why I was able to say all these things is because, this is not no real gang. Now, we just seen everybody plead out. Dude's not taking gang charges. Home get 5. He alleged the leader. Nut peoples don't get no, what would you call it? What you call it? They ain't get the answers. And we 2.5 years in. After Fanny just danced and mysteriously people go to vote soon as over the weekend. So people get drunk over these last couple days, then it's time to vote. And whoop-de-doo. No need to worry about what's up with Thug. He home. So his first day out song come out tomorrow. Oh, my God. He wanted to go home to family. I don't believe it, yo. This was preset. Yo. Didn't Takeoff pass away on October 31st? Is he released today? I think so. See what the internet's saying. Yo, what's up, bro? Who got something to say on the mic? Pull up. Alpo died on Halloween too? Man, listen. Y'all think Yak and SB going down? Nah, because the goddamn judge basically said that the beef is based on hip-hop wrestling. So she acknowledging that if you understand that, if the state's theory, she's saying that it was fluff. She even agreed. She agreed with Brian Steele when he basically said, man, look, they wasn't even really beefing. All the times they saying they beefing, these boys still cool, and they won't play that evidence. We got Brady evidence to prove it. It sound like the judge basically like, hell yeah, niggas was doing a whole bunch of goddamn wrestling. Then the kids believe it. If you see what she did, she skipped. She said, yeah, I think y'all wrestling, y'all be doing a whole bunch of goddamn wrestling and shit, y'all rap niggas. But these kids believe it. Look what she said. She separated.
Man, they dropped the M for everybody else, though.
Hell yeah.
That shit crazy. Hey, I'm the one that kept calling that 20 and he do 5.
Yeah.
They got 40 and he did 5. That's cool too.
I mean, once they gave the other dudes, I'm gonna keep it real, it felt like if they do give him something, it's gonna be time served. Like what could they give him in comparison to what they did with other people?
Right. And the judge even pointed that out. Nigga, y'all dropped the M on everybody else. What's going on?
Yeah, what you expect me to do to him right now? Line him up and really give his ass 40. So what they was trying to get him to do? 25 on 45.
No, with the first plea, they said 20. Like I said, 20, serve 20. I mean, 20 and serve 5. But
No. When they came back today, they said, so then they start off with some old.
They said 40, serve 25.
Yeah. Man, that's crazy.
That's wild.
They couldn't prove none of the M's, so it ain't no RICO.
I gotta say, it kind of is a RICO if everybody else said it's
it's not. Ain't no pattern.
Well, I mean, everybody
none of the crimes a pattern. Yo, where the pattern at? Ain't no back-to-back robberies within 4 years. Ain't no where the goddamn pattern?
I didn't see one.
Yo.
Not if they drop the M's, ain't no pattern.
Ain't no pattern, bro. I told y'all this in the beginning. I said, yo, without the M's, I don't even see these boys repeating crimes. What we gonna say? What?
But if the whole clique say, yeah, we RICO, how you the one person gonna say, nah, we ain't RICO?
Nah, hell no. Everybody did damn near Alfred's. Holmes did a null contendere, a nolo contende. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I mean? So they basically not admitting. So they basically doing,
I thought only Thug took the no-low. Everybody else.
Nah, they got, a couple of them did, whatchamacallit? What did Alfred? Same shit.
Oh, okay.
So we got a balance going on where you feel me? Like out of the people that pled out, the early people was pleading out to shit. They tricked them. And now it's evident that they tricked them, right?
Right.
Because some of them dudes had petty ass charges. Like some of them only had number 1. Who pled to the M? Ain't nobody plead to no M, did they?
It's too late. They already got him on the hook now. Now they didn't put it on his jacket, but he can do anything. They pulling that shit back up.
Nah, he ain't got nothing heavy on his jacket. What they put on there, technically, yo, if this boy, yo, first off, the boy grown. First off, he 33. I already told y'all, that boy don't already be in Atlanta. I said this off top, bro. Do you know what famous people be at? They do not. First off, they don't be home.
Right.
Then when you really a star, Atlanta ain't gonna work. It's too small. This ain't the big market. Straight like that. Like if you know what's going on, dude. Yeah, that's for local guys and guys who can't really go stay out and own a house in California and really be a part of the goddamn. You feel me? I'm telling y'all, like, yo, I've been saying, yo, Holmes really is like. What you say?
They caught them niggas in Cobb though, so they be here.
Nah, but that's not like. That's like, all right. How many days out the year you think? What we doing?
Now, see, I live here. I stay right off Cleveland, and them niggas had went and got some niggas out of jail. Him and Gunner, they had went and to Rice Street and got like 50 people out of jail.
That was a political move.
They bonded.
That sounds like a political move by your PR.
But when you still think about it, they looking at it like, yo, this is some game.
That wasn't no goddamn 50 YSL niggas. Hell no. Ain't no damn 50 YSL members. Hell no. They had to been randoms.
Yeah, I mean, you gonna throw a couple randoms in there though, just to make it look good.
Oh hell no, you can't do. Yo, hold on, no. So you saying this boy ducked bailing niggas out for all these years, then mysteriously on the back end, I'm just gonna go down this bitch and make a book? Hell no. I ain't going for that. That one.
That's just what they did.
I don't think it was no YSL members on that play.
It probably might not have been. That might have been a reach.
Yeah, like look, I could send the bread through to somebody else.
You gaining too much attention. That's too much attention. You going to pull 50 niggas out the jail.
No, that's political. I'm against the fight. Yeah, it's corrupt. They be locking niggas up. I'm gonna bail them out because they poor. I'm looking out. That's just a tax write-off. Nah, bro. That ain't that bad.
Okay.
Yeah. That's some old. I'm trying to clean up my image. That's branding and marketing right there. Hell yeah, yo, we need to do something to make you look good. Come up with something. Who got some ideas? Niggas like, yo, what do we like? Bail some niggas out. Niggas like, that'll work. They like, fuck it, roll the dice. Will it hit the news? Yeah, we could get the news down there. All right, bet. Yeah, that's that type of play. Get you a little bit of clean PR. Yeah. That's like the same shit with doing concerts and stuff like that. And actually put it in a reference. I'm doing it for the kids and anti-gang. That's the same. Nah, that's what. Now, if he did do like if he specifically went and tried to get people that's close to, the criminals he know, that's bad for PR. So you actually don't want to do that on the books. Like even with famous dudes like Jay-Z and people like this, they do certain stuff and we'll never hear about it. That's my man, but technically Holmes, he can't let this guy go through a couple hands before somebody know that I did it. Hell no. And that we already seen that though. We seen that he had that layer already set up with the lady, Amina Diop. Y'all remember multiple times people say, yo, Amina did it. You got to call Amina. Y'all, hey, look, bro. They told on themselves, y'all, to be honest. To be honest. Now that Holmes, I could tell y'all some shit. Technically, Holmes might have been really getting busy. But like I told y'all before, whoever put him on to how to rock at this level told him how to defend himself. Hence, when it came time to get a goddamn wiretap, the judge didn't even get it because it wasn't enough on him. And I told y'all, the only way that boy stayed that goddamn clean that long, if they was really moving, somebody had Joe tight as a motherfucker underneath their wing, which means they made Joe more than likely. Or it's
their nothing to do with that claw on his chest.
I mean, same thing. But that might be, somebody close to you that's a part of that that's already grooming you before you was even prepped to go there. You understand what I'm saying? Like they might have been breeding a dude and seeing his caliber and saying that, we could use him as an entertainer, but you showing the criteria that we can actually work with you on some higher levels. So you might want to go and be a part of this system.
You don't think family members influence that?
Hell yeah. They say they deep as shit.
I don't see that being the case with all that shit they got. That y'all ain't beat him up and shot him yet. Or when he was talking to the nigga and he was saying, yo, some soldiers gotta fall. If somebody really had him under his wing, I don't think that evidence would have been presented. It wouldn't have existed.
That evidence right there that you talking about didn't make it to court. The last one. The first one did, but it don't got no merit. Because nobody really wasn't getting stepped on, bro. And even the judge said, well, no, ho, still said that. Like, bro, dudes was getting threatened, alleged, but there wasn't nothing happening. That's just the same thing with like, yo, they alleged that these boys was an official blood crew, but everybody know that somebody is ratting, but ain't nobody getting no licks about that. And I'm gonna keep it real. If you look at other paperwork, gangs is not playing about rats, especially not with paperwork on them. I swear to God, if you read some of these other goddamn indictments, niggas, these gangs not playing about no goddamn ratting on paperwork, y'all. I'm gonna keep it real.
How long you think he gonna last on paper, man?
He gonna
He ain't
breathe,
gonna get
bro.
through that first
He gonna
drug
breathe.
test.
Nah, he got that.
Drug
He
test.
got that, bro. Nah, bro, niggas with money is above the law. Honestly, like in this scale, like staying out of trouble type shit, hell yeah, he good. Hell yeah. Nah, bro, he good, bro. He ain't, all you gotta do is not put yourself in regular people environments. Everywhere else, you kind of protected. Real rap. Especially in this situation now, hell yeah, yo gonna be, you feel me? He gonna be, first
Bro,
off, the box gonna keep him safe.
15 years, bro.
Nah, he
5 years
that
down
type
the
of
line,
lifestyle not
he might
regular though.
slip.
Yeah, he
That shit,
coming
you
home.
been said that, bro. Like day 40, bro. Probation is made for you to fuck up. Like,
Yeah, facts.
look at that me shit. This dude doing a fucking cartwheel. How the fuck he get violated? Like, come on, man. This shit. You know how
When
it
I
go, E.
heard
Hey,
I give you that.
drug test,
I give you that.
how long you doing on probation?
Nah, he only gotta do 10, y'all,
7 and a
solid, and
half.
the rest get knocked down. Don't sleep.
Yeah, if you do good. But that shit hard, boy. That shit.
Hell no, it's hard for
I
a
feel
nigga that's
for him.
walking through the trenches every day that's, in the middle trying to make a play. If you don't need to bust no move, you can mind your business, fuck bitches,
Yeah,
play with your kids, and eat some food, man. Just like you locked up still.
don't
Fuck.
need to do no moving. Yeah, he good.
Like, come
really,
on,
but
bro. Go get some more money. Go be a part of like, nah, bro. Nah, this ain't the same as a regular person. Let's put a little bit of division in between this probation, the way this plays out. If you still gotta go
So we
day to
gonna
day
act
in and
like
out the
that.
trenches, like going somewhere, you staying at with your peoples or you got your own spot and you just regular in Atlanta, yeah, you can easily get
So
put
we
in a
gonna act
situation.
like them
But
boys popping that plea.
but guess what? But guess what about to happen? Still and them did their homework. Whatever state he go to, whatever probation system he going to, he gonna be good. You
He gonna be
sure right.
good.
If he go to Cali, all he do is you gonna be able to get your scripts. So
Yo,
he gonna
I
be
can keep
good.
you out of trouble.
You right.
I ain't gonna lie.
So we
There's
gonna act
money on the
like
line, me alone.
Yeah,
I'm
you
talking about no security. The shit I'm gonna say to you gonna get your mind right. Straight like that. I'm your engineer and your videographer. I ain't letting you. Just straight. We ready to do so much shit that's right. Letting some bullshit come around, you feel me? Like I even got you on some old, yo, you ain't even popping pills or none of that in front of people. Nobody ain't even gonna get to the open eye. We gonna be able to tell people that you don't even get high no more. That's how tight we ready to run this.
And then I think and y'all know how that county time is. I know that shit killed him. For even Rick, you can't go outside. For I got light skin in that motherfucker, so
and
you
bro,
can't even go to
Rick
Rick when you in the county.
he was in
That county
court
will
most
break
of the
your
time.
ass, boy.
He did more court time than he
Shit.
did jail time.
Hell yeah. I was telling people that. I said, yo, the way these boys been in court, they was not hardly in that jail. Like we talking about these boys is going to sleep after they eat when they get back. That's a wrap. I could tell. Ain't no way. This a long ass day. And they got to sit in the downstairs, and wait till they come up and wait till they go back down and all that. Hell yeah,
And
man.
them boys
But
was
think of
segregated too,
how
huh?
quick,
By themselves.
how Quay was moving all them packs then and doing all that shit Quay was doing. Fuck, Quay was in that motherfucker too. Him and Silver Fox, but shit,
No,
Quay
I
was
think he
making
just
moves
got. I
out
think he was just trying to get the load in. I don't think he was trying to major move. I think Holmes was trying to get the load in, make sure everybody's straight so he could be straight. I don't think Holmes was trying to turn it into a show enough operation. I think niggas was trying to make the pack land. Yeah, that's the best
But
move.
everything you said, bro, I've been watching from day one. Everything you ever said, that shit true. All this shit is behind getting that brand new jail, Fannie
I think that's
Willis,
the
all
main
this
thing
shit.
right
To
there,
sweep that
y'all.
shit with Trump under the table, they ain't even fuck with Trump.
I'm gonna keep it
Man, come
real.
on, man.
I
The
think
next
that
case
was the
is
play.
coming, man.
I think the play been in for them to move this way. And it just happened to be they needed this type of thing to shine light on these gangs to get the real ball rolling for the real show. Straight up, y'all. And I
And he
believe
just
they
like You just like me, E. I always was scared of Atlanta, bro, because I look at that shit and I be like, damn, you just scared. That shit real when you come from the real trenches. I'm from New Orleans. When you come from the real trenches, shit like that, like Big Meats, how they was move, all that shit just scary to me.
Hell yeah,
Because you
like,
know the
man, that's
people
cat. The
watching. Like,
boy's hot.
we trying to hide this shit, but we not doing this shit. I'm hiding this shit from the motherfucker I'm sleeping with. So you know
Hell
we hiding
yeah.
this shit from the world. Like, they move different out there. Like, that shit, like, you don't move like that. Like, that shit in Atlanta just crazy, bro.
If them
Facts.
boys had as
No
much
disrespect.
confidence,
What how you said, eBay? Respectfully.
Yeah,
Respectfully. That
respect.
shit to a real somebody really from the trenches, that shit scary to us, bro. Real
Fact.
shit. Then the clown running up to you, like, man, get out of here, man. Come on, stop it, bro. No
I
disrespect.
feel like if they had enough confidence in that case, they would have kept going. I think them niggas got scared and said, yeah, we just gonna plea out and take what they give me, because
You think they got
That shit
scared?
was a play, bro. Like he said, bro. That shit was just a big play for the city of Atlanta.
That's where I'm
We
at
all
with
knew
it,
that shit
bro.
was bullshit.
I ain't gonna lie. It don't add up. I'm
Yeah, because
leaning
they ain't even
towards a
got it.
play, y'all.
Man, everybody would have got time. If they wouldn't have did the RICO, everybody would have went to jail. Thug would have went to jail for the switch. Man, everybody would have got way more time if they
that
wouldn't have
switch
went
ain't
with that
off the
RICO.
table yet. That switch still on the table. Everybody acting like it's just gone. That shit's still on the table. That shit ain't just
Y'all,
gonna disappear.
okay,
On what table?
okay, okay, okay. I'm making sure. I don't know.
Who they gonna put that on? Janet?
If that
You
switch
gotta
on the
post
table,
it.
then that mean the judge would have basically told him, then you already violated. Because you got open charge
Yeah,
immediately, right now.
That was slick.
Hey, I'm gonna rewind it back.
That mean he violated right now, y'all. What you talking about, cuz? You sure? Yo, that mean he got open charge sitting. That's a violation. What? Hold on.
Now you see how they did Boosie. That's
We
what I'm
missed the
saying. We
last
don't
part?
know yet. Like the way shit going now,
Where
you
it's
just have
at?
to literally sit back and wait. Like how they did Boosie, he might walk out in the feds right there. We still
Yeah.
gotta show it.
Yeah, we gotta pray on. Yeah, we gotta pray on that, bro. That shit gonna kill that man. That should
He
have
might
killed.
be a
That should have killed me.
Yo, somebody send me
Yeah,
the
that
link
should
to
have
the
killed
last
me.
part, y'all. Who played the last part? Because this channel cut it off. What they say in the last part?
Say, E, you gotta stop asking us that, bro. We only fuck with you. We ain't gonna look at that
Nah. Yeah,
bullshit.
this is legit, bro. This legit. This is the news stations,
Hey,
yo.
no, for real.
My
Then he gonna
bad.
ask the nigga to go look, set up.
Shit.
They was reading off the
That shit
office to the
boring as a
last two.
motherfucker.
He come asking us like we ain't in here rocking.
Nah, just don't say the
Let's
rest
try
of
to
the
set us
shit.
up for the gusto.
Right.
That
You know
thing
what? I
hot.
paid special attention to the fact that they said that his case, when she was reading the charges, he said this is going to be used in the future to set precedent. Like, so that means, and they gave him 43 years, even though they commuted the sentence. So everybody that come behind him in America, Georgia specifically, is going to
That's
get the
gonna be the
whole.
standard.
That's the standard. He set the
Yep.
standard and walked
43
away from the
years.
deal.
Yep.
That's why I believe it
Yo.
was a play.
Ho, y'all.
Damn.
This is a play. This a play.
Yeah, bro.
This a play.
Bro.
Look. Yo. We got worked.
What happened?
Watch.
Uh-oh. Yeah. And this man talking about go look at one of the
Yo.
channels. Man, stop it. Man, stop it.
What the hell is that?
Yeah.
It's low. Oh, they doing that thing? That ain't me, y'all. It's loud as hell to me. I don't know how y'all don't hear it.
reason
Shit, still about to go
that this
holler
got
at dirt.
revealed is because of
Still
you
about to go
people.
holler at dirt.
You people brought.
Y'all hear it now?
Yeah.
All of you stand like kind of in front of the mic stand if you don't mind. And then are all of my gentlemen photographers ready? You'll look at me or whoever asks you a question. We edit it for the most part. I don't think anyone's live. I think we're taking it live. Oh, okay. Tyler's taking it live in the back. Okay. The first question's that just say your name so we can get mic level.
Brian Steele, BRIAN STEEL.
And I'm Keith Adams, KEITHADAMS.
Yo, look goofy. Why you do that, Adams?
And talk us through the decision to do a plea and all right, if you don't mind talking us
That
through
was
the
dirty.
decision to make a plea and just how today ended up going and transpiring.
Well, this was excruciating because hopefully, in our collective opinion, Jeffrey would have been found not guilty of everything. So this is very painful. But that's another 3 months or so in custody. And he wants to go home to his family. And negotiations totally broke down at the district attorney's office. Horribly broke down. And at that point, we believe that justice would be found with the honorable court. And Jeffrey just wanted to go home.
What?
How agonizing it is to know that we've spent a year trying a case where the prosecutors have put on lies, knowing lies, hiding evidence, is insane in 2024 in the United States of America. And the only reason that this got revealed is because of you people. You people brought the truth to the community because nobody knows this. This is not the only courtroom it's happening in, and I just want to thank all of you. I especially want to thank Jeffrey for letting me represent him. I think he's a wonderful person who does wonderful things and will continue to do things even greater. I cannot express to you how Shaquille Kokomo, how Trisha Renard, how Haley, how my wife Colette, how Bram, how countless people, but especially Miss Courtney Edwards, has worked without sleep for 3 years representing Jeffrey and helping him. I will never be able to stand with anyone more ethical, honest, hardworking, insightful, intelligent, and kind than the Honorable Keith Adams. The gentleman to my left is the best lawyer in the country.
Mr. Steele, do you think prosecutors negotiated in good faith at all during any of these negotiations?
Let me take this. Let me answer that. The short answer is no. This is a case that possibly could have been resolved if folks were reasonable. But we did not believe that we could enter into good faith negotiations with people who wanted a case resolved in a manner simply to save face. And Jeffery Williams was not going to say things that they wrote for him, that they wanted him to say, that was their theory when it wasn't true. And so, good faith, no. I don't believe we were ever really negotiating in good faith. And you've been here the past year that this case has been on trial. You've seen the numerous motions for mistrial. You've seen the behavior of the state. You've seen the dishonesty. You've seen everything being hidden. You've seen things come out in court, in front of you. And so you know what kind of prosecution we were dealing with, and that's okay. You know, Mr. Steele and I have fought through this the past 2.5 years. And as he said, we ultimately decided we were going to put our faith in the court as opposed to the folks on the other side of the aisle. And, you know, the best thing out of all of this is that Jeffery Williams, in a very short period of time, will be home. And that's all we've wanted from May 9th, when they went and picked him up and have held him in jail without a bond for the past 2.5 years. He'll be home shortly.
Keith and Brian, this either one of you can answer. I have two questions for you. First off, you go into a blind plea, you don't know, right? There's nothing for sure. What was your emotions like when you guys went into that? I would imagine the conversation. Can you kind of take us into the room before you went out into court, what the conversations were back and forth? Obviously, I know there's attorney-client privilege, but it's a big decision.
Well, I didn't want to give up the jury trial, but that was the decision made, and once that decision was made, we were just thankful that there are people like the Honorable Judge Whitaker who understands what a trial is like and what it should be like. And I cannot thank the Honorable Court for being here and coming in. She is not our first judge, but she's the first time we received justice.
Mr. Adams, this is your second high-profile RICO case here in Fulton County. Do you think that maybe the prosecutor's office is abusing that statute? And what are your opinions of RICO generally?
I have, for the 30-some-odd years that I've practiced law, always believed that if you...
Honorable Court justice.
Mr. Adams, this is your second high-profile RICO case.
His second high-profile RICO case.
Here in Fulton County. Do you think that maybe the prosecutor's office is abusing that statute? And what are your opinions of RICO generally?
I have, for the 30-some-odd years that I've practiced law, always believed that if you, as a prosecutor, think that someone has committed a crime, you charge them with the crime, you put it in front of a jury, and then you do it fairly and let the chips fall where they may. The courtroom is not the place to get adventurous, to get inventive, to think, well, we don't have evidence on him for any of these incidents, but maybe, if just maybe, we tie him up in a RICO and put him with people who may have committed crimes, we can get him that way. That's an abuse. And so, yes, for some strange reason, the Fulton County DA's office seems to be in love with RICO, and my honest opinion is that they're in love with it because it makes it easier for them to try and convict people that they otherwise could not convict. And that's what was happening here. We're fighting a mountain, reams of evidence, most of which didn't have anything to do with us. And so, is it an abuse? I think it is. There are better ways to, and I used to be a prosecutor, right? And I can tell you that there are better ways to prosecute cases than the way this case was prosecuted.
You guys obviously rejected initially what the state was going to offer. Is there some details you can give us? Because it sounds like from what you guys decided in court, I mean, it's still pretty stringent. There's a lot of different details, but what was the state reject?
I'm not going to get into plea negotiations because they are privileged under statute, but it was outrageous. They would let him out of custody, but they would have a tether around him so tight that it's unconscionable.
And how are y'all feeling about what the sentencing is, especially with not being able to be in Metro Atlanta except for specific parameters, and how is Mr. Williams feeling about that decision?
You know, we're okay with the sentence. There comes a time in any case, if a person is sentenced, that we're out of the courtroom, and now what happens to that person is entirely up to them. Jeffery Williams is a fantastically talented man. He is a great person. He's become a great friend over the course of the last couple of years. And he has the ability, the incentive to go forth and do everything he needs to do to put this behind him. And we're confident that he will. One of the questions you asked a little earlier was, what was that feeling like, stepping into a courtroom to do what's called a blind plea, not knowing what's going to happen? You know, it's a scary feeling for all involved. There's probably no feeling quite like that other than sitting in a courtroom waiting for a jury to come out and tell you what your fate is. But we walked in there knowing that we were in front of a fair tribunal and being comfortable that the right thing was going to happen, and the right thing did.
What do you think about your client just serving as a role model? Obviously, as part of the agreement, he's going to be participating in the community, doing events, things like that.
Now here we go with people that weren't committing crimes. Now they allege have to be role models against the black community and all this. You don't see this in other communities. Yeah, the biker gang gotta go back and be like, where does
He has a huge reach for what he does for a living.
I've known Jeffery Williams. I've defended him for over a decade. I have been with him where we go to young children, children in need, children who are going down the wrong way. And he tells exactly what he's going to continue to say. He tells everybody, this is not a good life. We have to stop the generational disaster that
the music industry paid us to do? And it's the only option. They pushed us in the corner. We either sell drugs, rap, or play sports, especially in Georgia. So we ain't got that many options. So and the judge just announced that technically what we were doing was kayfabe, which was wrestling. So we was just bluffing it. It was entertainment. And just the people that's gullible enough to believe in it might pick it up. But technically, overall, they only 13% of the population, and a small percentage of that 13% that actually picks up and think that it's real wasn't our fault in the first place. So technically, that makes it freedom of speech in a correct way to reciprocate the dollar inside of capitalism in the United States. True or false? What's up?
is plaguing the community. And although right now I'm successful, I'm a product, but every one of you can get out. And he always stresses education. Jeffery Williams is a great person, a great role model, and he will do even better now, hopefully, if you allow him and his words to get out. As far as how Jeffrey's feeling now, he knows my feelings, which I'm not going to reveal for attorney-client privilege. But this is not the same as a not guilty verdict. That should have been rang. But nobody here wakes up every day on a concrete floor that they're calling his bed, gets up at 4:15, gets shackled at his feet, his waist, and his hands.
Still, you can't tell us that that boy fake took a plea and had that whole trial play out in front of us so he could vilify the rest of the people in these gangs in Atlanta. That was a play still. Don't tell us that that boy just copped out because he was waking up on concrete. He weighed like $130, bro. It ain't that bad. And he grew up in the trenches anyway, allegedly. So he shouldn't even, this is expected. So he ain't had that long of a bid. And he needed to relax and sober up anyway. So honestly, still, you could keep all that his trip into jail was bad. And there's tons of guys that's in there right now that nobody ain't checking for. So please relax with that excuse, please, still.
Comes to the Fulton County Courthouse to be on concrete, eating out of a bag. Doritos is his meal of choice. And then coming to a courtroom and sit there with a leg.
So he is a part of the 1%. Because you talking to us like Holmes is so elite that he don't even deserve to eat the same thing that everybody else been eating in jail since jail was created. So you really telling us that he don't deserve to have the same health conditions as everybody else. We should treat him, okay, all right, say less.
Chain on him every single day and hear lie after lie. So for Jeffrey go home today and not have another 90 days or 120 days of it, he is very happy, thankful to the honorable court. So to answer your question, this was not what I wanted. I don't believe that it is just, but I believe that under these circumstances, it is justice for Jeffery Williams, and he is delighted, as are we, and thankful.
Can I ask you, you were standing right next to him as he was addressing the judge, what seemed like a very sincere apology to her, or apology to the court and what happened, what has gone on. How did you feel standing next to him, knowing him for the last decade as a attorney for him, about what he was saying and what he was telling the judge?
Jeffery Williams is being truthful. That is his heartfelt feelings. He feels so bad for the loss of life, and he feels bad that people are taking his music or his social postings and making it into violence. That is all promotion. That is not a symbol of go hurt somebody. So I hope I've answered your question directly, but how I felt, I've heard that from Jeffrey over and over.
Message to, the co-counsel that for now is still on trial.
Phenomenal lawyers, and I'm confident if you keep going, which I assume you will see some great lawyering. They don't need my help.
And the truth is, they've been there with us for the past 2.5 years. They're aware of what they're up against. They are totally capable of handling it. And I presume we'll step in from time to time because, you know, in this fight in the past 2.5 years, we've been together. So we needed something, they've been there to assist. And if they need something, we're happy to step right back in and assist. But they're great lawyers. Max Shard, Doug Weinstein, those gentlemen are in great hands. They'll be fine.
I will say this, I think it is wrong, and it needs to be fixed, that an innocent man is arrested on May 9th of 2022, is denied bond, and has to plead guilty and nolo to get freedom after 2.5 years in custody. That should not happen. Nobody should be on trial. Jurors, think about what they're going through. Nobody should be on trial like this. And if Mr. Williams didn't have the resources, this never happens well for anybody. So I think it's an abuse, to answer the AJC's question. I think it's an abuse of the statute of RICO.
What you think about AJC helping to form this RICO by perpetuating black people in a bad light on a daily basis since its very existence? It was created in the state of Georgia. Was it created to do that very thing and help push politics and help gentrify the city of Atlanta for the elite blacks and the whites who share the city with them?
To do this to people.
Is it fair to say you don't believe?
I mean, as they build up the colleges and they sell more space to the people in the entertainment industry that's using all of these types of, you know, different, you know, entertainment industry based companies that regular people don't use. So what is really happening in Atlanta?
Justice was served today?
I believe that Mr. Williams is home, and I'm delighted. Justice would have been served on May 8th of 2022 if the grand jury no-billed his indictment. That would have been just. And it's wrong to be under investigation. He's been under investigation for 15 years. 15 years by task force of federal government and local government. Think about that.
That was Hip Hop Police, and they investigate all black men that are prominent in there that come from every community. True or false? Brian Steele.
About your children doing that. And that's okay. If it's okay with you all, then we should really start moving.
Did they create them?
To another country. I want to thank everybody so much for everything you do. I cannot thank you all, because without you guys, this just keeps rolling in injustice. It's got to end. The criminal justice system, the presumption of innocence, the Brady rules, the ethical rules, they have to survive. Otherwise, we all are victims of this. Anyone can sit in that seat next to Keith Adams. Thank you all so much.
And no one sees it unless you guys do what you do. But I tell you what, there is a whole world of people out there who have watched this trial over the course of the past 2.5 years. The past year that we've actually been in the courtroom trying the case, who are much more educated to how things work, and unfortunately, sometimes how things don't work.
And there's another thing that I said. Was this trial intended for us to watch the process? The streets are going to get wiser because they sat there and forced us to watch this long, drawn-out trial where everything got bust down, and they see how the streets and the police work. So they're going to do what?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Chef Steele.
Brian.
Damn, the news just going to ignore his father? Why they ignore Big Jeff like that? That ain't really his father? That's crazy. Something ain't right.
We're going to make it a jury trial if you don't agree to what we're offering. Same thing, you can't say, well, I'd like those other charges dismissed if they're not willing to felon pursuant to 1611-133. I know that is for the possession of the imprisonment. He's charged with count 57, which was participation in criminal street gang activity, which carries a sentence of 5 to 20 years. He was also charged with count 58, which is violation of the Georgia Controlled Substance Act. That is for the possession. Right, marijuana. Marijuana, which carries a sentence of 1 to 10 years. As to count 59, I believe that's the possession of codeine with the intent to distribute, which is 5 to 30 years, and count 59, which is the possession of cocaine, which is 60 is possession of cocaine. So 59 was the codeine, 60 is the possession of cocaine, which was 1 to 5 years. Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, which was count 61, which is 5 years to serve consecutive to any count indictment. Possession of a machine gun, which was count 62, which was 10 years to serve consecutive. And then he was charged with count 63, which is possession of a firearm by a convicted felon pursuant to 1611-133. I know my math isn't the best, but that's life plus some years. The state's recommendation, Your Honor, was for Mr. Kendrick to plead to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which was 20 to serve 15. Count 2, the murder reduced to voluntary manslaughter, 20 years to serve 15. 20 years to serve 15. And then to the gang count 57, also 20 years to serve 15, all to run concurrent, and the state was willing to null pros all the other counts in the indictment. All right. And Mr. Kendrick and the attorneys associated with you, I want to make sure that y'all know that unlike what happened with Mr. Williams, if you plead non-negotiated to less than all of the charges, there is nothing that the court can do if the state chooses to go forward with some of those charges. So you could not do what Mr. Williams pled guilty or nolo to each of the charges that he was facing. You cannot say, well, I'd like to plead guilty to count 1 and I'd like to plead to the reduced charge on count 2, and then I'd like to just skip the rest of them, because the state can say, well, we're not skipping the rest of them, we're still going to try you for the rest of them. And the state can also say, we're not okay with letting you plead to voluntary manslaughter unless you abide by the terms of the agreement. We're going to go forward with the murder trial. So I know that Mr. Weinstein, you and Mr. Apt and everybody else who's been helping know that, but because things seem to have worked out sort of beneficially for some of these other people who have already pled, y'all might think, oh, well, gosh, can't we do something better than that? Given what you're facing, they hold a lot of the cards, and a lot of it is outside of the ability of this court to change. Okay. All right.
We understand that, Your Honor. Thank you for advising us of that.
All right. Mr. Stillwell is facing.
Your Honor, Mr. Stillwell is also looking at count 1, which the conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which is 5 to 20 years. He is facing 2 counts of murder for count 2 and count 49, which each carries a sentence of life imprisonment. He's also charged with count 50 of this indictment, Your Honor, which is participation in criminal street gang activity, which carries a sentence of 5 to 20 years. He's also charged with count 51, participation in criminal street gang activity, also a sentence of 5 to 20 years. Count 52, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, previously convicted under 1611-133, which is 15 years consecutive to any count in the indictment. 54, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, which is 5 years to serve consecutive. Count 64, which is another possession of a firearm by a convicted felon under 1611-133, which is also 15 years to serve consecutive. So Mr. Stillwell's looking at maximum of 2 life sentences plus
85 years.
Plus 85 years, Your Honor. The state's recommendation, and I'll just say globally, Your Honor, was 60 years to serve 40 years in prison. That we would have reduced both of the murders to voluntary manslaughter, Your Honor. And we had given his attorney the option to kind of craft how that 40 years would look. But that was the extent to our negotiations, Your Honor.
And Mr. Stillwell, kind of the same information to you. If the state does not want to reduce charges, you're not entitled to plead to reduce charges. They can say, you got to face these murder charges and we're going to make it a jury trial if you don't agree to what we're offering. Same thing, you can't say, well, I'd like those other charges dismissed if they're not willing to dismiss them in exchange for the negotiated sentence. So obviously each of you has the right to continue with the trial. You know, what you're doing, you are all have very capable attorneys representing you who clearly care very passionately about you all personally as well as presenting your best case. But it's ultimately going to be up to the jury, and you cannot know what any jury is going to do. And they may say, I don't believe a single bit of this beyond a reasonable doubt. Y'all are both welcome. They may say, you know what, I buy this, I don't buy that. I'm convicting you of 4 of the 5 or 4 of the 8 charges. You're still then going to face sentencing. They may convict you of everything. And if you are convicted of everything, Mr. Stillwell, you're facing 2 life sentences plus 85 years on top of that, as opposed to 40 years to serve with parole as a possibility. And Mr. Kendrick, you are facing life plus, I think I added up 115 years instead of 20 to serve 15. So it's just something to think about. And I mean, it's already past 5 o'clock. So are y'all going to leave the offer open until you have withdrawn the offer before you even put it on the record to?
We communicated this to them last night, but if they did not accept it, then we will have withdrawn the offer.
All right, well, given that the state spent the entire day negotiating Mr. Williams' plea, ultimately unsuccessfully, I don't know if either Mr. Weinstein or Mr. Sharp would have been able to negotiate with you during today.
They would have, we didn't have any communication from Mr. Weinstein or Mr. And they rejected the offer.
Okay.
I did have communication with Mr. Abate today. I attempted to have communications with the DA last Tuesday morning, but she failed to show up for our meeting.
Any chance y'all might leave it open until 9 o'clock tomorrow?
We
Your Honor, I'll consult with the DA and if she wishes to read.
Okay. I mean, I have no idea whether they'd want to keep it, but I haven't, we haven't put it on the record, and I haven't ensured myself as the court that they understood what the potential sentences were up until just now. So I would appreciate it if she would, so that they have the opportunity, having heard from the court, to talk to their attorneys. And they may still say that we're good, we're going forward, but.
We'll consult with the district attorney, but as a
Okay. So in the event that it is no longer open to you or that you decide to reject it anyway, I plan to start the trial again Monday morning. I'm going to have the jury be here at 9. I'm going to have us be here at 8:30. We're back to getting no sleep. So I'll see y'all at 8:30 regardless. Okay, now court is adjourned.
Yo, salute to everybody that rocked out for Thug, right? I ain't gonna ruin the party. I'm glad to see Holmes coming home, right? I feel some type of way about the way it ended, but the fact that it's Halloween, I'm bothered. I got time to think though. And the content is really, the other people, I don't know what they about to do. But I think they left people wondering, what the hell did we just watch? For real. So I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen with the media that was surrounding the trial. Now that Thug is off the case, I'm interested. I mean, they going to try to probably hug it as tight as possible. That's the only reason they was here. They needed work. Corporate media, what they going to do? the numbers gonna do, y'all. So it's really gonna turn into they was just here for Thug. Nobody really don't care. And they just gonna move on. They're not even really gonna care about Thug but so much. When he out. Yeah, he just gonna go back regular, fast. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of hype. They're gonna market it, brand it somehow, milk it. But we seen this play before. This don't remind you of T.I.? Gucci Mane, Jay-Z. I mean, how many artists went through the little trials and tribulation of jail? Kind of around the same age, though. Kind of like, or the same part of their career where they kind of did all of the things they could do, and then, you know, you got this.
Go defendant Thug better than the lawyers.
Salute, bro. Salute, goon. But nah, y'all, it ain't over yet. First off, we got more trial on Monday. It's interesting to see what they're going to do from here on out. And then the question on the table now, did Thug really line these boys up? I mean, so-called leader walks off with 5 times served. Whole bunch of probation, convictions. Some dudes went back to jail already on violating, which was known because they don't have the resources to kind of remove themselves, which was already previously established during the trial. Yeah. See, I get to cook up on the part that we wasn't been able to expose during the trial because I was in defense of Young Thug. That was my job at the time. Now I get to go back and show y'all how this was really being manipulated and Holmes was a part of the play. Yeah. And it was already set in stone.
Fighting.
Yeah. See, every once in a while I would say it like, yo. But I know people wasn't going for it because it was still up in the air. Now how you feel though? His little phony ass lick was the actual play of being separated from everybody else and in another jail, not in danger in Rice Street. For this little bit of time that actually worked for his branding. Gives him a fake validity to all of the fuckery that was going on. Even though if you really look and you knew better, you would know these boys ain't really thugging. What the hell is this? But it wasn't meant for us. It's meant for the masses that really be believing in the news and whatever the people tell them. Oh, they did this, they did that. Whole time we ain't seen no evidence. None of that. M's getting dropped at the end. So what them 150 days was about? What you need to tell me about lyrics for? If boys was capping and the judge even come behind and say, yeah, y'all boys was doing a whole bunch of wrestling and shit, but them kids was believing. Judge said it, y'all. Judge said it, y'all. Not me. Yo, what's the coincidence that I stood on that kayfabe thing slightly before we got to this part of the trial? What made me do that, y'all? What made me really come in and specify that word and use that enough for it to, you know, just enough. Just, I forced it. Like, oh, nah, I won. And we always call it wrestling. But that's a specific idea that everybody in on the play to make the play go through for ultimate goal. Now, what made y'all think I went to go specify about the masonry connection? What about the green and the pink we was calling out? How many crews was really involved in it? What about all the actors that came and got on the stand? And how much they really want to be involved in entertainment? What about the dude that tried to get the video took down about that gang thing? Yeah, who's that? What about the 2 ops that popped up in the chat on back-to-back days? Then when I confronted them earlier today, Holmes tried to act like, nah. Then when I told him about them, reporting about them being kicked out of the goddamn trial as a duo, Holmes acted surprised. But I've been. How you feel? What about the flying car? Archelli and Bennett. Remember, I'm like, nah. I don't know what's going on. They lining Holmes up. I wish YouTube awarded people for being right with their news. Like, in a context. Like, I wish there was some type of rating for that. I don't want the credit. Just put it where it's supposed to be. Like, send me a traffic according to that. For real. Straight up, all jokes aside. That. Seriously. But salute to the people that was here for the show. It ain't over all the way, y'all. Not all the way. Yeah, we passed that part. It's crazy. It ain't set yet that he's out of that courtroom. Nah, it feel weird. I know one thing, that boy ain't going on that petty ass podcast that his father got, is he? I don't think he going to Sylvia's shit either. But according to the way this phony ass algorithm works and the plays, I wouldn't be surprised. The play ain't over. Yo, salute to everybody for the cash apps, the super chats, everybody that rocked out for this whole damn time. Now, things gonna change, but you already know I'm still gonna be streaming. It's about to be a split in the content right now. All of them ready go. I don't know what the hell they about to do, y'all. But I'm not going the same way as them. And I'm still gonna be going live. So, we gonna see. Yeah, I know it ain't gonna be as many people. I expected that. Yeah. We on. That closing speech by Steele. Kenya, salute. Armed and ready, salute. I appreciate you. Straight up. Yeah. Yo. That closing, not in court, that outside speech. What about that last speech from Thug? I did not like that. In that court, they gonna tear his ass up online. They tearing his ass up right now. Gotta be. Nah, Brian Steele. Invisible salute. Nah, we gotta save it for tomorrow, Immaculate. I'm coming back in the morning. I'm a rest for the night because we had a long day. You know we gonna run it back tomorrow. We ain't got, you already know.
I'm so fresh like this detergent. If you not fresh, you so through with that.
Look, there you go. I ain't seen it in a minute. Grady, baby, salute. I appreciate it. Everybody that hit the cash app, I appreciate it. Yo, we had fun, but it ain't all the way over, y'all. We just reached this part. Thug is gone and things gonna change. Hell yeah. But it's interesting to see how things gonna play. And I get to play with a little bit more of the inner workings of how we got here. I think it's gonna hit harder now. Yeah. Watching all that and it bust down to a walk-off, a walk-away, a walk-off home run. Come on, bro. Wait, let a couple of hours sit in. Your funny bone gonna start feeling some type of way. You gonna be like, oh, what did we watch? Hell yeah, I'm still wearing bow ties. Gotta rock out for my man. You know me and Yak got the same birthday. I gotta hold him down still. Yeah, y'all think I was leaving the court and I'm wearing, man, listen, bro. Man, I still got shit in Man, listen, bro. We all this, man. And we got other cases to look at it. It's just the people that was thug addicts that's not gonna be around. Everybody that really need a place to be in the morning versus just wanting to be at the Thug trial, they're gonna still rock out until I really don't got nothing. I get it. I ain't gonna be doing no long ass morning streams. And I might switch the time a little bit after this trial, but more than likely ain't nothing gonna really, I'm gonna rock. I got it. I'm confident I could bring stuff that's interesting. Straight up. Yeah. Because now I get more time to explore. I don't have to stay in a box without this trial. You feel me? Straight up. I already was, man, listen. Believe me. Try me. Send me something that you think is worthy of me covering and watch. If it trigger me, watch. I'm going to go live. And you going to see, I'm going to turn up. So it's like, it's a lot more going on in the world with the other than the trial. To be honest, if you really scroll, there's pretty much, we could find an hour or two worth of stuff to do, to look or, speak on or cover. But it just goes into whether or not people caught up with the smoke and mirrors. Now, if you got a raw interest for things that's just interesting or different or, whatever's going, then technically we gonna be goosey. G from the Bay, salute. Everybody that been around, they know. Yeah.
Right facing fist medium dark skin tone, left facing fist medium dark skin tone, early birds and all-nighters.
Yeah, salute G. I appreciate that. Current events. Well, the thing was, when I was covering it before, I was being real choosy. And when I went into like a wild time period where I was only live streaming. So I wasn't really gaining no traction with posting videos. So I just gotta, play the game. But nah. ATL next Rico coming up. The PFK. Yeah, it's more coming. Benji, salute. It's more coming. Hell yeah. But I see y'all in the morning, man. I'll be back. Don't get it. And we're going to do some recapping and we're going to see what's going on. See what's going on. We're going to check on the ops. We could do all this type of stuff. Let's have some fun with it. The Quentin Nixon case. All right, send it to me. Send me, give me a starting point or something. That's the one with the dude that went in, what that was, like a motion hearing for it when he was up there talking? Yeah, but I'll be back in the morning, though, y'all. Salute to all y'all, man. I appreciate the super chats and the cash apps, man. Holla. 8 a.m., man,